What differentiates Vermeer from other brands out there is simply construction.
What impressed me the most was the speed you can bale hay and the amount of forage you can make it take in.
I'm really pleased with the ZR5. I think it's the best equipment purchase I've ever made.
With the Vermeer equipment, I can go from raking and baling to feeding. Everything's through one dealer. They know every step of the way.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2026 Iowa Beef Expo, celebrating 50 years here. We're going to kick things off today. A couple divisions there, Angus and crossbreds on the breeding side, and market crossbreds all day long. If you would please stand with me, remove your headgear. And our flag is right there as the Iowa State Fair Queen, Raya Shragi, is going to sing the national anthem.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Raya Shragi. That's your Iowa State Fair Queen doing the honors this morning, kicking us off.
Good morning, America.
Good morning. Happy Sunday. And that was a beautiful rendition there. I don't know about you, Noel, but there's just something about when somebody is performing that and you got the cattle bellowing in the
Yeah,
back.
I think there were some Angus heifers singing along to the national anthem this morning. That was
Yeah.
pretty awesome.
Just something about that. It's hard to beat.
Absolutely. Well, welcome back, everybody. Glad you're with us here Sunday morning. We are 8 bells. We're getting ready for the very first class of crossbred steers to hit the ring here. Going to work through a big show of crossbred steers. Right now, entering the ring, Class 1, Division 1. Looks like we have about 7 entries. Jackson Fisher, Dalton True, Brady Reynolds, Braden Tabor, Sawyer Taylor, Kenley Fukin, and Paisley Van Wyk. Steers in this class weighing 706 to 822 pounds. And it looks like we're got the gas right on the
Right out the gate.
Yeah,
Look
betcha.
at that.
No relentless.
As you would expect at the Iowa Beef Expo, the first class of crossbreds has stacked with quality.
Stacked with quality. Even got a little color variation again this morning.
Yes.
Yes, Kim, we are awake. Are you?
We're awake. I've had some coffee. Let's roll.
It's good to go. I got my tea, Ryan's guys coffee. We're excited about a good group of crossbred steers here.
Excited to be with you guys. Yeah, Ryan
Yep.
Habiger here alongside Mr. Noel Ernst. Happy to be with you. Let's have ourselves a steer show.
That was the day. Just talked to the two gentlemen there in the center of the ring. Stock Martin is helping out Parker Henley, judging our steers here this year. Just had a quick talk with them on our way over here, and they had a great day yesterday. We're excited to see these crossbreds, and when we get done here this afternoon, stay tuned in. We're gonna have a little talk with those guys, and they're gonna give us a little dissertation on what they've been seeing here at the Beef Expo.
Yeah, it'll be fun to pick their brain a little bit, maybe get a little more information about themselves, their background. I know we've read their bio to you. We'll do that again and get to know those guys. Our judges again are Dr. Parker Henley and Stock Martin here on the market side. Over on the other side is Jake Bloomberg and Bernard Osmus. Is that how you say that?
Yep. Yep.
Our judges on both sides of the ring did a nice job yesterday being efficient and getting those cattle through the ring, but
Yeah.
taking their time on those close decisions, analyzing
Yep.
a little extra when they needed to.
We had talked to several people, obviously, yesterday, and we were done showing on both sides of the ring by what, 2 o'clock or so at least?
Yeah.
So,
I had a lot
nice efficient day.
had a lot of time to kill before my cyclones got beat last
Yeah,
night.
there you go. You should have been like me and just fell asleep about 4 minutes into the game.
It would have been less painful that way and easier on my heart, but it was just one of those games where from the start we kind of knew maybe we were not going to be our day.
Yeah, they were pretty aggressive at the gate.
Well, out in the ring in front of us, again, nice looking class here. I think as they walked in front of us when they hit the gate, it was all the way through the line. Just
Yep,
really
another good
coming
deep
across.
class and making a circle here. You get to see them as they come into view for you. Yeah, a couple of really sharp looking ones as we expected this, weight and age maturity, but a couple of them with a little more power and stoutness looks like from our view here.
Yeah, looks like some stout steers wide between the eyes and big down the tops up here in the bird's eye.
Yellow baldy there, my kind of calf in terms of color pattern.
Your favorite.
He got big legs, big hairs.
He's got the big legs and the pipe. So does that one behind him there, Turner.
Yeah,
the
those
coulter.
are real big legs. Kind of like the bell bottoms you were talking about yesterday.
Yes. Looks like we got all the ring help ready to rock out there. They've all been doing a great
They're
job.
fired up. And they got their coffee too, looks like. Got the photographers moving around, getting some candid shots.
There's some extra photography out there today.
I don't know.
Maybe I didn't pay attention.
I see Morgan. She was here yesterday. I don't. Oh yeah, those other two girls.
Yeah.
I don't remember them from yesterday, but maybe they were bouncing back and forth. I was so focused on her steer show, I didn't see all the extras.
You were very drawn in. All right, here we go. We're getting the ball rolling on this class placing. We're going to move from bottom to top. Who's sitting by Chad over there?
No. Loudon's not back. Chad's got new help again today.
Man, he's just like, that's a revolving chair over there.
Yeah. Maybe he needs to shower or something. Get people to stick around a little longer. All right, starting to place them here. Looks like we got our
three or
top three.
Maybe top two.
Yep. Well, yellow baldy's going to stick in the top pair there.
Sure like this black steer they're analyzing now. He's one that's really correct in his makeup, it appears, but still big-ended.
Yeah, kind of a power versus pretty situation here maybe, and we'll see if they play into a little bit of maybe long-term down the road. One looks like he maybe has a little more growth potential, more length cannon.
I'm going to take him for a spin here and watch him go. Yeah, one of the challenges is judging the show this time of the year. When you're judging the show this time of year, you're judging them for today, but you're also somewhat trying to project them for.
Yeah, obviously nobody's trying to predict the state fair champion, but you do. Obviously, it plays in your mind still on a calf that's going to feed and perform well for the youngsters.
Definitely a nice pair.
It is a nice pair. Looks like the yellow baldy's an In God We Trust, and the black calf's a How Great Thou Art.
Two of the popular sires, of course. To me, I don't know. I think maybe the black steer is just a little more comfortable as we move
Yep,
about
that's
the ring.
probably. That's what we kind of expect from his skeletal build and makeup.
That colored steer is super powerful, big-legged, very balanced. You got all kinds of body shape.
They do. He is a wide glide, as we said.
All right, they are going to go with the black steer for first. I'm going to get some reasons here.
Well, good morning, everyone. I guess I get started here. It's a real honor to be here. We're fired up to have a great day, and we got two really good calves here on the top end of this class, and it's a matter of preference. If you like them a little softer and bigger bellied, you're going to switch this pair. If you're like me, that like shape and muscularity kind of rolled up in their top and their hip shape like that, you're going to probably like this black one, and that's why we were just going to say we're going to kind of keep our type and kinds consistent. When this thing is stopped right there, that one is a neat neck, cool fronted one that's got a huge back in him and loin edge. He's shaped up there. He's trim and youthful in his kind. You know, I think there's trade-offs in their structure. I think this calf up here takes a little longer step, but he also kind of gets a little weird in his blade and right behind his shoulder, where that one has that advantage, but down low maybe. So I just said structure was a wash, and I like the muscle shape, the trimness, the expression over the body of this calf here, and that's really what we see. I mean, this calf right here's color, his forerib, his flank. He's a chubby looking one that is boxy, that's great. I mean, there'll be people that have different preferences that would use that one. My kind probably lands a little more towards that black one there in this class. This calf is a lot like the first one in terms of his neck, his squareness of pins, his trimness of kind, all that. You put him in motion, his tail head pops up in him, and he gets a little vertical back here in his hock, and just don't quite use that right. I just want to see that a little more athletic there. Then we're going to go to this other one here that's neat-necked, big bone, very angular. He's got a good look to him. He just doesn't fit together 100% behind his shoulder there. His body shape could be improved a bit as well. Another really sharp looking angular one here that in this class just gets swallowed up in terms of bone and rib and mass, but I think there's a good future ahead of that. We went this little chunky gray calf here that's big ribbed and wide from behind. He's a calf though that gets a little rigid moving, just maybe compared to a few of them black ones wasn't quite as extreme. And then this calf rounding out can get pretty big. He's got some growth potential to him. He's a little shallow and a little upright off either end. That was a great class there, and if that sets the stage, all 12 of the classes we have today have ones like that. It's going to be fun.
Well, there you go. You heard it from the judge. That's a heck of a nice class, and if they're all like that, watch out.
Yep,
It'll be a big day.
for sure. Good way to set the tone. Start off here in our first division. Class winner there was Kinley Fukin. All right, Class 2, Division 1, Market Steers, Hitting the Ring, Crossbreds, Madeline Lautner, Kentley Weirson, Quinn Hansen, Ellery Heinrich, Ava Reynolds, Samantha Zarodnik, and Libby Seiko.
A nice looking lineup coming in here. It looks like the first steer caught the judge's attention. They kind of locked onto him for a little bit. More color variety for you, Mr. Ernst. We got
I like it.
I don't know. I'm going to let you describe the color of that second to last.
That's chocolate.
That's chocolate.
Spotted chocolate. Yeah,
Okay.
it's like your hot chocolate and marshmallows.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah, that's
Always a good
chocolate
combo.
calf. Hey, sometimes you get calf colored like that, and obviously he's not solid bodied, but those can be kind of rat tails. But there's one of them calves again we talked about, maybe a little
Another longer
in the tail switch than perfectly
Is
ideal.
that what you think the clinics have been teaching? We leave the tails longer on steers.
I
now, or what's
I
going on?
don't think we've been teaching that, but
I
maybe
haven't been to.
I haven't either. Maybe I need to get brushed up. I think, as much as anything, I think we've started making our cattle older and more mature, obviously. It's funny not to name any names, but just talking to a lot of people yesterday about, how's calving going, blah, blah. And it's kind of shocking, a lot as we've talked about with other things as well, but just the way times change, it used to be you come to Beef Expo and get your calf show, then you go home and start calving cows. And talked to several people yesterday, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's going great. We're about done."
Yep, about done. Speaking of clinics and universities, probably a good time to shout out one of our sponsors, Sullivan Supply. We appreciate their support. Obviously, they do a lot to give back to the youth and have platforms such as Stock Show University and the Pulse.
Yep, I know they're an integral part of helping sponsor the fitting contest and stuff like that, and just obviously John Sullivan and his crew have been good, great sponsors here for a long time at the Iowa Beef Expo. So certainly appreciate all they do. As we said yesterday, setting up camp here right next to us. Got the gang from the Pulse, getting you pictures and stuff for all the winners as the day's going. So check in on there if you want to see some updates. And again, thanks to Sullivan Supply Crew for all that they do here for the kids at all the shows, but especially this one.
Moving our class around the ring here, catch them in motion.
Nice attractive calf up there at the front of the lineup. Big stout one here coming around next. This blaze face at the end of the lineup's kind of chubby middle and wide top. That's my favorite view when they come right at us. You can just see
That's nice. You can see
the
right
landing
their
strip.
back.
Yep.
You can watch them come at us and see their width up front. Yep, definitely attractive one here in front of us at the stage. It's the last calf.
Says he's a black baldy steer. Says he's sired by Red Rocky.
Another popular side. I think you've used him at your house, or
No, I think
Nope,
you're
you
wrong.
never
No,
did.
never used that one. No. Probably should have. Looks like to me.
I know you've dabbled in several bulls. I can't remember.
Yeah,
them all.
I'm not partial. I'd try them all.
It's tempting as a breeder to try them all.
Yep.
You just have to,
The hard
get
part's
more cows so you have enough
yeah.
to.
Well, now is the time you wish you had more cows for
Yeah.
sure with the price of calves.
Exactly. It's like our judges are conversing, probably looking to start at the bottom again, maybe hashing out where we're going to go with that.
Yeah, possibly. I would say so. Looks like we're the ones we're pointing out. Interesting hat choice today. Yesterday, both our judges were wearing black hats. To see today, Stock put on his white hat. It is Sunday, so
Yeah. Switch it up. I don't have one of those. What's it like traveling with multiple ones? You got to have your cases for them and
yeah.
stuff.
Well, I suppose it depends on how they traveled. I suppose if they drove or flying, that makes a difference usually in how I
I
travel.
mean, you can't really wear it on the airplane very easily.
Yeah, a lot of guys
They
do.
do.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to
No,
carry it,
yeah,
honestly.
that way you got it right on you.
Yeah, and then it's part of your person, and then you don't worry about it. Otherwise, you got to put it in a, hat box or something. And oh, here we go.
Oh, we're
See?
starting at the top.
Yeah, you're gonna find. Looks like that's a New World Order calf there, shown by Matt on Lautner. Gonna come down here and get the Red Rocky, showed by Libby Seiko next. At least on our initial sort, they may very well walk these cattle again.
They've been switching up on us. Some classes they will start at the
I
bottom.
think they hear us. I think they kind of
Yeah.
know when we try to predict stuff, and then they want to make us look
Yep,
foolish.
they do. They're like those announcers
We're gonna get them.
sit up there and talk about us. We're just part of the crowd. We just happen to have headsets on.
Yeah, with a little better perch than some people.
Yep.
Shout out again to Jenny Studer and Kim Lewis for allowing us this opportunity to converse and watch the show. It's always a lot of fun. We appreciate it every year, and thank them for doing a great job for these kids as well, and putting a great crew together, making this weekend so enjoyable for the exhibitors.
Yep, smooth and just great job to everyone. It's very organized and well run.
Yeah, we made a comment more than once yesterday about how smooth the show was going, just the way the classes come in, the way they go out, and just move fluently. And
we had a few cattle yesterday that were a little challenging for the exhibitors, but the staff did a nice job of helping out when needed and making everybody.
Well, that black calf's sure cocky when she gets him stuck, isn't he?
He's very arrogant. Yeah, when she gets him dialed in there and propped like that, gets that top down, tail down.
Good looking rascal.
Got the look. Just waiting for our heifer side to finish up over there. We're going to get some reasons from Stock and Martin.
Yep, be interesting to see what the banner is like today. Obviously, our judges know each other and have previous history, and they were doing a lot of back and forth yesterday, getting some jabs in at each other, kind of keeping it lighthearted and fun.
A good time along with getting their job done.
Thanks, Jake. Good morning. I think I've had my peppermint mocha and I'm ready for the day because this is going to be pretty awesome. I hope you guys enjoy it because this is what it's all about. And his second class of crossbreds got one that is just a scorpion in terms of his look from the side. That one's wild in terms of his neck, the way it sets into his shoulder. He's smooth shouldered. He's awesome in terms of his belly, his rib, he's got tons of just tons of body shape and underline in terms of him. Love that one in terms of his hind leg and the way his hip sets in him. Maybe a calf that you want to get a little critical of in just in terms of actual true genuine muscle shape. Calf that gets just a little bit frailer headed, a little bit narrower there from behind, maybe just a little bit narrower there in terms of his blade, but no doubt just a killer from the profile. I like that calf a good deal. Young lady's black and white steer coming in second. One you have to appreciate from a muscle standpoint over the one that wins. This calf is big backed. He's dense. He's burly in terms of his rib. Maybe a calf that just doesn't give that elite look from the side. Maybe one that you'd like to change him there in terms of his head shape ever so slightly, but a really nice, dense, burly made calf to go in second. Congratulations to that young lady. Kind of a little opposite end of the spectrum here with this one that's just killer in terms of the way his neck sets into him. Awesome looking calf that might get a little bit frailer there at the surface. Maybe a calf that needs a little bit more body to go along with that, but a really nice, cool looking one there in third. Young lady steer coming next is one we talked about just being good in terms of his hip, good in terms of his hind leg, maybe a little bit more just attractive calf than some behind him. A calf that I think structurally is just an improvement to the ones behind him. That's why we put him there. The young lady's gray and white steers one. You study this calf, the longer you look at him, the more you do appreciate him. He does got a good look from the side, good in terms of his rib shape, got some back up high, good and square in terms of his top. One that just structurally maybe needs to be improved, maybe needs a little bit more in terms of body today as well. Young lady steer, dense, burly made, big in terms of his muscle shape and just the kind that he is. He's just dense everywhere. Structurally, that calf needs to be improved for us. Just a little bit too rigid, a little too stiff on both ends of the spectrum, but a really nice calf for her. Young lady steer coming in next one. You like him from a balance standpoint, a calf that just gives you a nice look, one that maybe needs to be a little more elegant up front, maybe just needs to be a little more denser, burlier in terms of his feet and his bone to go with the added shape up high. Really nice calf to round out the class.
Well, there you go. We had his peppermint mocha.
Yeah, he's fired up, ready to roll. They got pretty excited about that calf that wins that class, sound like.
Yes.
Loved him. I guess that's new one on me. Call him Scorpion.
Scorpion in his design.
Yep. Again, that was Madeline Lautner winning that class, and Libby Seiko goes second. All right, here we go, Class 3 in Division 1. This will be Jack Plug, Landry Hansen, Addison Rydberg, Levi Evans, Samantha Steinbraun, Bentley Twos, and Oakley Called.
Look at that. There's a calf named Daryl.
Hey, all right. Hi, this is my brother Daryl. This is my other brother.
Actually, I'm reading all the names. This is pretty good. We got Bob, Daryl, Ace, Roan, Skippy, Pot Roast.
Oh, we know where he's going.
Pot Roast.
That's when you're a true beef producer there.
There's really nothing better than a good pot roast.
I know. I had this discussion with some people the other day, like, oh, geez, crack pot, yeah, pot roast. I'm like,
it's
dude,
so good.
We have it twice a week at least. It's so good.
I love, put it in the morning with all of my favorite things.
Yep.
Then when I come home from work and open the door, I can smell it.
Yeah. So
my mouth starts watering.
It's a great welcome home.
Yes. You ever try it with a can of Coke or Dr. Pepper in it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I like.
We've done it all sorts of ways.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to do it.
Oh, pop.
Something about the sugar or something from the soda, and then I throw the soup mix in there.
So you do the one we like one too. It's like a packet of the au jus sauce, a packet of the ranch powder, and a package of like beef stew mix or something. And then all your vegetables, and then obviously the beef.
Oh yeah. Low and slow.
Low and slow, baby.
Another good class in the ring. Class 3, Division 1, 2026 Iowa Beef Expo. Welcome to those of you just getting on. We talked plenty about it yesterday, but you'll hear again today. This is the 50th anniversary of the Iowa Beef Expo, so a significant milestone here for this event.
Absolutely. Pretty awesome.
Lowell was dropping some history and facts on us yesterday. I suppose he's got a few more of those.
Yeah, if you have a story, if you or your family or somebody you used to help, or somebody that won the expo in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, whatever, go ahead and text one of us, give us some information. We'll share it. We, as I said, I tried to go through and find some results, and just before the internet age, back especially in the 80s and 90s, we unfortunately didn't do a great job of keeping records of our junior weekend winners. So as I talked about yesterday a little bit, for those of you that weren't listening, the Beef Expo itself started in 1977, and that was like the open cattle and the breeds sales or whatever, bringing cattle to sell to other producers. And then in 1980, they started the junior portion of the expo, and it was actually on the first weekend instead of the second weekend. It started with just like a big jackpot steer show. And I learned yesterday that maybe Kirk Steerwalt was kind of an integral part of getting that started.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that part either. And then in about 1983, it morphed enough or grew enough that they moved it to the second weekend and added heifer show as well. And then somewhere there in the early 80s is when, I'm not exactly sure when the Iowa Junior Beef Breeds was incorporated or created. And then obviously it's morphed to what it is now. As we talked about yesterday, we used to always pick a champion reserve. And in 2000, was it 2002 or 2006? Let me check.
When they started the top 5.
Yeah, check my notes here. What did I say?
I know that was during my
02. Yep.
days.
02
Okay.
is the first time we picked the top 5 in the steer, market steers, and breeding heifer show. So
since you mentioned 02, so last night, I know we went over to the bullpen region and we're socializing. I went to go out there, and there was a table set up with a bunch of scrapbooks.
Yeah, I know they've done a thing, kind of as the anniversary celebration. They put out a bunch of pictures and a bunch of stuff for people to look through.
So I started flipping through it and landed on myself. And in 2001, I think I showed this to you last night.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
2001, so that would have been the last year before the top 5.
Yep.
I had the reserve overall steer.
There you go.
Here,
and that's the one that I had mentioned yesterday when Weingartner judge, correct?
Yep.
There you go.
So I felt especially old when I saw the 2001 because that was 25 years ago.
Yeah, how about that? Well, I kind of got scolded a little bit yesterday. We were talking about the, quote unquote olden days or whatever, and I was getting text messages saying, "Hey, you guys better quit talking. You're dating yourselves. How old you are."
I think they all know we're old.
Yeah. Hey, it's not how old you are, it's how old you feel. I'm young at heart, bud.
Yep.
If you asked me, I'd just say, hey, I'm 29. Maybe 32, I guess. I can go with 32.
I know when I wake up in the
I'm
morning,
younger in my head than my body. That's
when
for
I
sure.
wake up in the morning, I sometimes feel much older certain days than others.
Yeah.
Depends on-
How did you sleep last night?
Not very good after that
Oh,
Iowa State.
I should have.
After that Iowa State beatdown.
Shouldn't have brought that up again, should I?
No, that's okay. I can handle. Yeah, you were asking yesterday about the losses, and then now I got a fourth loss to dwell on.
Oh, what a bummer.
So
hey, I tried to be a good fan. I got in there, logged on, watched. I watched like, I don't know, first 4 or 5 minutes, whatever it was. They were kind of down, and they could come back, and then the last play I saw was we got a dunk on them. They dunked it down low, and the score was 12-9. I thought, well, okay, here we go. And then my eyes shut.
your eyes are like, it's time to go to bed.
Yeah, apparently.
So yeah, we're talking about the Iowa State Cyclone men's basketball team, and they had a rough night last night. We have this trend, unfortunately, of starting games slow, and sometimes we overcome that, and sometimes it's too much to overcome. Last night it was too much. The other team was too good, actually.
Well, and again, we kind of alluded at breakfast this morning. You kind of alluded to it, but sometimes when like the big sports media or the rest of the country starts to give us a little bit of a pat on the back, we get
Every time
have a
something
little
good
hiccup.
happens in the rankings, it's like works against us, but it's okay. We'll be all right.
All right, back to cattle here. We're getting them sorted down. We got top four. We got a pair of colored steers at the front of the lineup. Then we got a black calf here and a white-legged calf. Guess you're gonna pull those two. Probably just a little more extreme type steers compared to the two cream calves.
Yep, looks like those cream-colored steers just have a little more to them, a little more power.
Boy, it's just again funny how times change. You didn't see those kind of colored cattle when we were showing.
No, not at all. They didn't exist. I think we were talking about it yesterday about how rare it is for steers to win the Iowa Beef Expo and then go on to win the Iowa State Fair, even though it has happened multiple times. Looking back at in that 2001 when I had reserved the steer that beat me was that Matt Schneider steer, if you remember.
Oh yeah,
he was a well-known, popular steer, and
they talked about him all year. How he's going to come win the state fair.
I remember come the Iowa State Fair, both Matt's steer and my steer, the Grand Reserve. Either one of those steers were in the hunt at the Iowa State Fair, unfortunately. So that's just
it just happened. So I remember. I'm going to choke on the year. I don't even know the year. I couldn't probably even reference it. But remember Teddy?
Oh yeah, Teddy.
Teddy dominated the Beef Expo, and that was the talk all year. He was going to come back, and
he won a lot of the early shows, and everybody had him as a favorite, odds-on favorite for the Iowa State Fair. And when the time came, he wasn't his time.
It wasn't his day. I believe the Aaron Alliger had the Bronco face that won that year, I think. So, yeah, but Teddy Feebolt's calf that year, he won.
He won a lot of shows.
A lot of big shows early. Yes, he did.
He was big. I remember for the time he was especially big boned and
huge legged.
He had more hair than traditional at the time.
I had one of those. It wasn't at the Beef Expo, but one of those. I think it was some show in Nebraska, or whatever. And I kind of ran with that crew a little bit. From time to time, I had the pleasure of fitting the front leg on Teddy at one of the jackpots that he won.
Remember when you're young and how cool you felt if you got to fit on a calf that did
good.
Did good for someone. And you're like, I did that leg, or I did,
Yeah, I remember one time. Well, let's see. It would have been Shannon Sturgeon had a calf that won the state fair, and we scratched some legs up on him before he got to the backdrop. So.
Well, Class 3 and show steer ring over here is really good, and we just keep finding calves that are in that kind of elite tier that work up here, and there's no difference here. We got a pair of these chubby-bodied ones that are going to be in the top 2 here, and they're good cattle. Here's why this first one's just better headed, neck, shoulder, and chested. That's why he beats this other one, and that's what we prioritized here. Everything fits together a little better. better. He's so seamless and good balanced here from the profile. And you know, I think he's still got enough muscle. I want to change this calf a little when we get him in motion. He gets just a little awkward on his back feet, how he sets his toe into the ground, and then I think he could be a little more expressive in the shape right out of his blade, right there down over his rib and loin. We get into this second place one. When you get in behind him, I mean, he is a big-hipped, wide-made one that is very big-ended. He's got a little more muscle from behind. A couple things to me. He's got the kind of bigger, obvious criticisms that I think will be hard to feed around a little bit. Runs downhill a shade, and his chest sets down there. Tailhead pops up just a little bit, and so it just kind of fell out of balance, and that's what we made the difference on there in that pair. Good set of calves. This next pair was close for us. We went with this black and white one that's just got a little more to him than this other black one. He's bigger bone. He's a little thicker. You know, overall, this calf's hip gets a little rounder there. He maybe just isn't as comfortable as them first two in motion, but he's a good, solid market steer. This calf, whoever fit and presented him, they were trying to win the class because, I mean, he's as smooth as glass. He's fit up really nice. He's a sharp-looking calf that's muscular and green. Just too shallow-bodied today for me. A little daintier in his legs. Then we got another chunky one here that's big-ribbed and stout from behind. His shoulder and front end structure is why I end up pulling him there. This white one's big-bodied and very similar to the one ahead of him. Big bones and kind of stout-made. He's a little plainer fronted and a little coarser. And then we're going to close with this nice fronted, alert-looking black and white calf here that's trim-made. He's a little rigid in his structure, just a little rawer in his kind. Overall, that was a very fun class as well.
All right. So another really strong class all the way through. High compliments from the judges there on the whole class. Now we are rolling into Class 4, Division 1 crossbred steers. So this will be the last class of our Division 1. Coming into the ring, we got Shay Kress, Justin Niffer, Cameron Cook, Jace Murphy, Garrett Manning, McCoy Lewin, Teresa Hansen. 7 steers in this class, weight range 894 to 900 pounds. So basically a 900-pound steer class.
Way too stout. Right,
Looks like another strong class from top to bottom as they come into the ring.
Cool. All right, see you later. See you, buddy.
Our Class 3 winner was Jack Klug. And our second in that last class was Levi Evans. What I had down there?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes. Sorry, I had to ditch you there for a second. I had a little sidebar.
We got all the kids announced here. We're just settling in for our last class, Division 1.
He looks like a good class.
It does. I'm reading the names again because these kids got some nice names. We got Domino, Gerald, Haynes, Alfred, Everett, Finney. You don't see Finney too much.
No, you don't. Probably not on the steer side. I'd expect a Vinny or something like that, but not a Finney.
I mean, Haynes, I don't know if I've ever seen a steer named Haynes, but it's all good.
Yeah. Wonder if he was like, not cooperating one day and they named him after some underwear or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's always fun time at our house when we get the projects in for the year and kind of start working on stuff and kind of developing a name. Seems like, of course, my kids are young. My daughter's just 10 and my boy's 5, but seems like the first name they picked isn't the one that usually sticks with them. It's like a day or two later we kind of come up with a new one.
Change, yeah. They can change their mind. I've seen that at my house as well.
Last year, I'm not supposed to talk about sheep, but last year we showed some sheep in the sheep string. Everything was Disney themed.
Oh, there you go.
We had all the Disney princesses and a few of the princes as well. So
it's pretty cool.
Be interesting to see what we come up this year.
This time we'll give a shout out again to all of our many great sponsors. Maybe rattle some of them off. You can help me out here, but I know we've got some signs to help guide me. Show Circuit Online Sales, Sullivan Supply, Schaefer Tice Cattle, Sunglow Feeds.
Yep, Showtimes, Digital Livestock, Livestock Digital, Stockman, Ag Extra. Spent some time with their booth yesterday, caught up with Heidi and Treva.
Yeah.
And then obviously we have the Platinum Stakes Club's members as well. There's a couple of those big signs here around the arena. My eyesight is not good enough to read those names, but it looks like there's probably 100 names on that list, looks like.
Yeah.
Of people that have supported.
Thank you to everyone. We're going to miss people, but you know who you are out there, and you're giving back to support the youth, which, like we talked about, is what this ultimately is all about at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
Those kids getting to come out here, compete with their projects, but more importantly, learn the life lessons and hopefully grow up to be amazing adults. I'm sure they all will.
Great representatives in our ag industry. It's what we need, more of them. We could talk a lot about it, but it's a tougher world every day, so we need to have.
We were talking about that at breakfast a little bit, some of the scary things in the world today, but we, the youth of the agriculture programs always tend to head in positive directions.
Yep.
At least that's what I saw with people.
Well, and you just talk to people that have businesses or, hire kids into the marketplace, into the real world. And, they always, like a kid with some sort of ag background, it seems like they tell you time and time again that those are the kids that are responsible and show up and, have some pride in what they do. So.
Yep, and that's hard to find in today's.
It can be difficult.
People that show up and actually have a little pride in their work. I'm fortunate at my workplace to have employees who have those traits, but it's not always easy to find those.
That's right. It's one of the bigger classes we've seen, probably. We got, what, 2, 4, 7?
7. I mean, we've had some of those, but yeah, it's
like
good,
8 or 9 the way they're lined up. Yeah,
they're big, stout, burly steers. So
yeah, taking up a lot of room. Oh, we had a halter malfunction on the heifer side.
I hope they didn't break off like that one yesterday.
Yeah, well, it looks like a buckle broke. They lost the whole halter.
Shoot, yeah.
She's nice and tame, though. They got her caught real quick and moving on. All right, we're going to pull from the bottom this time, looks like.
Good lineup here from this view. I'm liking the young man in the black cowboy hat.
Yes, that's the one in the middle of the lineup there that I caught him from the side view when they first walked in. Chubby from the side. Looks like he's got a nice rear end view as well.
So these steers here, Noel, are all around basically call them 900 pounds. So what do you project? Looking at these, they're 900 pounds. What do you project in most of these calves to be their
at the end
weight?
Yeah, I mean, nowadays I think everybody's kind of targeting for, at least 13.90 and above, probably some 14 a quarter type deals is the perfect ideal weight. Which again, that has changed over the years. When we showed 1287 was the magic number when I was showing.
Yeah, if you got over 13, you were getting nervous.
That was a curse. Yep.
There was a time in my career and your show career where there wasn't such thing as weightbacks at the time, if you remember that.
Yep.
So there were some cattle that perhaps hit the scales a weight that wasn't quite as natural.
Yep. Which I think is better now. That's obviously, you give the exhibitors a little more of a chance. Like at our state fair, you can declare your weight. And then as long as, you weigh back within a certain percentage of that, you're good. Which I think that's helpful to not only the top end exhibitors, but even the other exhibitors that maybe aren't quite as competitive. And, they don't get in a bind because not every calf likes to come to the fair and stay full the whole time he's here. So
you just mentioned what was kind of the ideal weight for the show ring. Is that real world applicable, or is that a different weight?
Yeah, well, even real world applicable, in a commercial setting, those cattle are bigger and bigger all the time. There's a lot of 16, as Parker even said it yesterday, about that one calf, how he could grow and get some weight to him. But, 16, 1,700 pound steers, a lot of them go into town. So
how heavy would a steer have to be at the market to get dinged for, the packers start?
Well, it used to be, when there was a real ample supply of cattle, and I don't even remember the exact numbers, but if your carcass weight was too big, they'd dock you. They'd say, oh, it doesn't fit in the box, blah, blah. We got to hit you and ding you because they were too big. But that's all went away now. The packers are wanting the
They
beef
just
and
want
the
the
demand
cattle.
for it's high. Yep. Want the product. So yeah, I haven't heard lately, but I haven't heard of anything being, too big.
Here we go. We got our final placings.
Yep. It started with your cowboy hat young man there. And then looks like we went with the other black steer and then the Bronco maybe. I didn't catch the second and third, I guess. Yep, that looks how we're doing.
We'll catch some names for you here. I think, is that Mr. Manning in first?
I believe it
Here
is.
I am,
Yep.
steer.
We saw him show a market heifer
Yep,
yesterday.
that is. Okay, here we go.
What a way to start this class here. I think a calf that won the class pretty handily for me and Parker as well. Boy, just what a calf just in terms of just massiveness and just power and build and fundamentals and still having that extra look and just overall quality. A calf that you just study him from the side and he's just seamless in terms of his design. He's short backed, he's big, bold ribbed, he's big in terms of his belly. I love the way that calf's hip, hind leg, rump shape all ties into him. He's fit to a T. He's presented highly. Young man does a nice job showing him. That's a really cool calf. I like that one a great deal. I'll be excited to see him come out here in just a little bit. Calf in second is one we talked about for a long time because I think this young man's got something pretty special in his bag right here. And one day this calf could be an absolute monster in terms of just the way he puts everything together, the way he goes and moves in motion. A calf that's big, enormous in terms of his back, awesome looking, sharp fronted calf, neck ties up high at the top side of his shoulder. Good in terms of just squareness, trueness. When you study him between 2 and 3, you get in front of these calves at like a front view, front 3/4. This calf is wide chested. He's a little more opened up than the calf that's going to go in third, and that's why we put him in second. Young man has a really nice calf there. Congratulations. Young man in third. Love your calf from the profile. Love all that calf represents just in terms of quality. Awesome looking, good presented, good in terms of his top line. Still moves plenty good for us. A calf, you just want to study this one, get awfully critical. He's a little narrower chested, just doesn't have that actual punch and shape that calf has, but a really nice calf from the profile. I like that one a good deal too. Young lady's coming in next. One you got to appreciate in terms of rib shape, back shape, good in terms of his shoulder and everything. A calf that maybe just doesn't balance up quite as well as those ahead of him. Needs a little bit more in terms of his flank. Maybe just needs to be balanced, needs to be just a little better off in terms of his hip, but a really nice calf there. Another stout one coming that gives you a good look from the side. Maybe just not as unique in terms of his presentation. Maybe needs to be redesigned a little bit structurally for us, but a really nice calf nonetheless. Young man's coming next. Sharp fronted, pretty headed calf, big in terms of his back, good in terms of his body shape, a little smaller footed, a little smaller bone, doesn't have the extras that those ahead of him do. And the young man rounding out the class, you must appreciate this calf in terms of freshness and look from the side. Good haired calf, gives you a nice look from the profile. Another one, you just get behind this calf. He's just not stout enough today. Needs a little bit more shape, needs a little bit more muscle, but a really nice calf. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
All right, well, I'd say the Mocha kicked in hard on that. He's
Yes, sir.
pretty high on that class, especially that top pair. We're gonna see those come right back here, right?
Yes, for sure. Coming right back in. That was our fourth class in Division 1. So now our class winners and second places hitting the ring again here. Out of Class 1, our class winner was Kenley Fukin. Out of Class 2, our class winner was Madeline Lautner. Class 3 with the Smoky Calf, Jack Plug. And our winner here out of Class 4 was Barrett Manning.
Fun to see them come out here together.
Yep.
Good looking.
It'll be interesting to see what we do here. I know we talked about, or they talked about just the cool look and design of the second place calf. And then these last two classes, they talked about just power and width and density again. So just kind of see interesting where they put their priorities here in this first division.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and get those bios on our judges. I think now is a good time to introduce them again to you folks. So our lead judge, Dr. Parker Henley, he's an assistant professor and livestock judging team coach at Oklahoma State University. Originally from Eugene, Missouri, which we learned yesterday is more of southern Missouri. He grew up there raising Angus and Charolais cattle with his family. He attended Kansas State and was a member of the livestock judging team. He has his MS and PhD from the University of Illinois, specializing in beef cattle, nutrition, and management strategies for heifer and bull development. He coached the livestock judging team at the University of Illinois before joining OSU. In 2019, he led OSU to 3 consecutive national championship titles in 21, 22, and 23. He was named the National Collegiate Livestock Coaching Association Coach of the Year in 2021 and 2022. He was also recognized as the 2023 Best of the Barn Senior College Livestock Judging Team Coach. Parker has officiated livestock shows in 33 states and Canada. He currently resides in Stillwater, Oklahoma with his wife, Christy, and 2 children. So that's the bio on Dr. Parker Henley. Happy to have him with us today. And also Stock Martin alongside him.
Absolutely. Well, as they analyze this group here, I'll just throw in a little bit more fun facts here. Just had the opportunity to talk with our buddy Rob Manning. He was standing here watching this particular drive as they came back in. The Manning family, obviously a lot of success here at the Iowa Beef Expo and the Iowa State Fair. So they won the Iowa Beef Expo 4 times.
Wow.
95, 96, and 1998, Katie had the champion steer here at the Iowa Beef Expo. And I'm sure we all remember in 96, she showed that Baldy calf, and he ended up coming back and winning the Iowa State Fair.
Yes, that's right. He
So
was
that's
one of those.
Yeah, one of those we were talking about. And then Rob told me in 2000, he showed a calf that won the Iowa Beef Expo, and he came back and won the state fair also.
Nice.
And then that was the year they had a great state fair. Robbie won with that steer, and then Katie had the champion market after that year. So
that's right,
dominated the sale of champions that year.
Smoked them, yeah. Oh yeah. They were always at the top and in the mix. I was plenty of times where I stood behind them. I remember. I think Robbie's just a little older than me, and Joey's a little younger than me.
Yep.
Well, third, to Teresa Hansen, Cameron Cook.
Well, not to whatever. I think you guys could go a couple of different ways here and be fine. What do you see, or what do you like or predict?
Well, you
here?
just gave that big Manning spiel. I think I'm gonna go with the Manning.
Hard to dispute.
It all ties in. Doesn't mean he'll win.
Pedigree. Yep.
Good looking calf. They were obviously high on him coming out of that last class. I don't really know if he picked on him at all.
I didn't say a lot. I mean, a little bit, I think, but not much.
He's just one of those calves that naturally walks into the correct position, which to me is always the sign of a good one. They just walk right into it. Just like that. Maybe getting a little advice from mom or dad over there. But all 4 of them are nice. I mean,
absolutely
that colored one right in front of him, man. That thing just, when he's standing there, just super complete, powerful.
Yep. Obviously, the Madeline steer there is, as they said, just deadly from the side. Awesome looking.
Okay.
At the same time, like a back to
Yeah.
Okay.
Write your name beside it, so I remember to bring it over. I may still not.
We'll survive with that.
But you can yell at each other. Break my break.
Thank you.
Looks like we're still working on strong Angus heifer division over there on the breeding heifer side.
The business breed?
The business breed.
All right. I think we're going to find our champion in reserve here.
Parker's going to tell us what they think, what they like.
Well, we're going to get into Division One here, and this has been an incredible show, and so far, and I've really enjoyed my time. I did eat a lot of food last night, as Brad would say, and he did get the largest plate, but I ate mine and his too. But everything's been great. The cattle have been fun. This division right here, if we just ended the show with this, and this was a jackpot show you went to, you'd say this was a pretty darn good show to judge. I mean, there is some dang nice calves out here, and we're only in the first third of the day, and so I'm pretty fired up to get going here and going through these. I'm going to share a few comments. I think we're moving along, and just my thoughts. This first class, there was a pair of really good steers, and I think those two steers are right in the top echelon of this division here, and they're both good. They're very different. We like this little black one, and if you know me, he fits my kind to a T. He is square-chested. He's got a giant back in him. You get behind him, and you watch him walk away from you. That's the rear view of a big-time winning show steer there when he walks right away. He's square-pinned, big stifled. He's right down to his hock, and he's genuine. He is youthful in his kind. He's trim, and he's got like just some future into him there. He's a little weird right at the top of his blades, and he kind of gets a little action going there, and he pulls up just a nickel right behind his shoulder, and then maybe his forerib's not as chubby as a couple other ones. That's where we'd want to change that guy, right there in that area. But I'm here to tell you that is a square, youthful, athletic, muscular kind of a calf there that we like a lot. I talked about that gold one over there. I mean, you like them chubby bodied and soft and pliable looking. That's going to be your kind over this one, but that suits me. This next one right here is one wild-looking one from the profile. He has got a little neck, big, deep, swoopy belly to him there. He's got a cool hip and hind leg that really is long and athletic in his stride there. Stock talked about him, and I told him he's a nickel frailer right at his muzzle, and then when you get right on top of him and read the shape from his shoulder blade to his hip, I think he could be just a little wider and square there in terms of his loin edge, but I mean, that's a good-looking rascal. This is a good old solid steer. We had a pair of these kind of big-bodied ones here. This steer is presented awesome. He's smooth. He's angular. He don't have quite the shape laid in him over his rib and loin. He gets just a nickel tighter right there at the ground as well. And then you get back here to this one, and this is a steer that, again, is right up my alley. He's got big, giant legs. He's massive bodied. He's got a huge hip and hind leg, and he's just stout. He's got a little bloat going on up there, and my issue with him, he gets a little rounder and just kind of rolls up a little bit when you watch him walk there. But boy, I mean, if you make a fat steer at 1,500 pounds that looks like that, if he grows and gets there, that one looks like he can win some shows and as well. I had Stock say this about this calf. We think this thing's pretty darn good as well. He just don't catch your attention right away, but you start diving in there and looking at him, that might be the biggest backed one out here in this group that takes a long step. Again, he just needs to be a little better from right there out of his pins, and he could just hit you just a little more ready, I suppose, today. So this is a great lineup of these things. They're fun to sort through. Hey, I hope this is a good key of what we got coming for the day. So congratulations to y'all. Put your hands together. We'll go show you your Grand and Reserve.
Well, certainly a lot of excitement from the judges on our first division here.
Broken down for us. Here we go.
Mr. Manning, out of Class 4, is going to be your champion.
So are they going back to Class 1 for reserve, or are they sticking with this second one out of that class?
The way he talked that, like Class 1, I think he's going to try to get him in there.
Back up there, I would imagine.
Yep.
That's the fun part about judging. These are all good cattle, but there's just, certain judges, there's a certain specific type that hits you personally. And
yep.
Sounds like that Class 1 did that for Parker.
Yep. Set the bar high right out the gate, and you got it. He's going to find him. So our champion in Division 1 today, crossbred steers, exhibited by Barrett Manning. Reserve goes to Kenley Fukin. Great way to start here. We're going to get these cattle clear the ring, and then we will start on a, as Parker said, a highly anticipated Division II crossbred steers.
All right, so I read you the bio on Parker, and now I'm going to switch down to stock and read through his bio again, get you guys a little more familiar with our other judge today. Stock Martin is from Hereford, Texas, where he and his wife Kaylee work alongside his family in operating Brian Martin show cattle. Their operation consists of 350 club calf cows with a focus on raising elite show steers and donor cow prospects for the club calf industry across the country. Stock also works as a customer service rep for Transova Genetics, where he works closely with clients to facilitate their needs in ET and IVF work. He started his judging career at South Plains College, where he was on the livestock judging team. He then went on to graduate from Oklahoma State University with a bachelor's degree in animal science. He's had the privilege of exhibiting and raising multiple champions and now enjoys the opportunity to evaluate livestock shows nationwide. So we're happy to have Stock with us as well. So Noel, where is South Plains College?
Somewhere in the South.
You nailed it. I thought maybe you would know
sorry.
from your livestock judging.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to you because this is an awesome class to just hit the ring. Where they just, one comes in, you're like, whoa, there we go. And then another one, another one. I mean, these are 6 deep here. This is a great class. Okay, exhibitors here in this particular class: Carly Axmere, Carson Dugan, Jackson Jones, Lincoln Bent, Edward Hugh, and Emma Firk. Getting some color variation and
stout.
Boy, this is a good class. These are the kind that, like he just talked about, fun to evaluate, fun to just sit back and analyze.
Looks like we got a little frisky one again.
Frisky, it's early and brisk out, I'm sure.
A lot of power, a lot of softness, a lot of bone work out there in the ring is what I'm seeing.
See, that calf's fired up because they put a white halter on him. You don't like it.
You're going to notice that. It's a good looking calf. Kind of like that one yesterday that was running around, looked pretty good loose.
Well, they even made that comment. That calf
did.
looks awesome loose. This one doesn't pick his head up quite like that one did. Shout out again to all our volunteers here at the Beef Expo and our ring help. They've been doing a great job yesterday and today here, helping these exhibitors, and as we said, just making the ring run smoothly.
Yep. Keeping the kids safe and everything. It's like, we need a show stick. Give me the show stick, Kim says.
Kim's gonna rescue the day.
She knows how to do that. We've all.
Yeah, she showed an unruly calf or two.
Yeah. It's all about using that show stick to snag that halter.
Oh, he's a powerful calf, and he knows it.
Yep, I remember when Dad always would say, once they get away from you once, they're going to know they can, so don't let them do it.
This calf, too, he kind of gets a little rare. He kind of goes up and then over, so you got
like
a little extra power, yeah.
I don't know. We haven't seen any nose rings yet this year, have we?
Well, I have not noticed one yet.
I know last year there was certainly some.
Yep.
Do you ring the bulls at your house or not necessarily?
Lately I haven't had anything worthy of a nose ring in my house. So, used to back in the good old days. I'm born free. He donned a nose ring for us, and but yeah, it's been a day or two since I've had one that was
but you don't have
worthy to tie up.
Worthy to tie up, sure. I know your old man's pretty good at putting those in. Watch him do that a time or two for us.
He's got the secret little trick for that. That's pretty slick.
He's got all the tricks.
He's been there, done that, seen a lot.
He's not here at the expo? I haven't seen him.
Nope, he's at home. He's calving cows. He was tuning in watching us yesterday. He was giving us some feedback, and he's, as you know, he's a big fan of the business breed as well. He was tuned in hot and heavy during the Angus steer division.
Shout out to Uncle John Ernst. If I have the story right, I believe isn't it that my parents were introduced to each other here at the Iowa Beef Expo, and your dad was in the mix?
I think so. Yes.
We might have to get the full story on that.
Yeah, I don't
sometime.
remember all the details, but yes, he was kind of the cohort behind it. Killer weight and
All right, we're about to walk this nice group. We got that steer. Hopefully, calm down a little bit. Over on the other side, they're talking through those Angus heifers. Some salty looking females over there.
Yeah, and again, just which we would expect, but look at the stark contrast and type and kind from breeding heifer side to the crossbred.
Two different worlds. I was visiting with a couple friends in the bullpen last night about that exact topic. I said, man, just as I was sitting up there looking from one side to the other, it's amazing the difference.
Yep.
Two different planets.
All right, here's my favorite timers when they come right in front of us. Peach calf here at the front of the lineup, smooth, made, attractive.
Yes, it's a nice calf.
That's kind of a unruly, smoky calf. Boy, that's a wide-backed one.
Yes, that thing's got some serious pipe underneath him as well.
Black steer's awful impressive.
Yeah.
Man.
Oofta, you weren't lying. This group.
Oh, these first four are deadly.
I was reading that bio and I didn't see them all hit the dirt or the chips here when they came in, but that is.
Yep. Jackson's calf, he's got him tuned in as well.
This is one of those classes like what we talked about yesterday. I mean, you could be fifth, sixth, whatever in this class and have.
Don't let it get you down because you got a long summer ahead of you.
I'm going to say whoever's fifth in this class, sixth could win a county fair, a tough county fair.
Yeah. Whoops.
Later this summer. Well, we got another one. You know, once you set that example, the other calves,
they talk.
Yeah. Exhibitor helped.
That one was, I think, just a little bit of a playful action there, so we're good to go.
Yep, another stacked class. I don't know if there's a runaway here. No,
there's not. And I think this is going to be the fun one to see. I would bet they take just a little extra time, especially on those top four. And this will be a fun one to just listen to them talk about because if they got their blood pumping in Division I, this here will keep it right going, I'd say.
All right, we're going to start the process on the bottom.
Got my old orange baldy there.
Yep. But again, no shame to these kids pulling their calves in now. You just got a tough class.
Mm-hmm.
You drew a shorter stick.
Well, that black steer's awful good.
Yeah. Yeah, he's good. But that one that got away a couple times at the beginning.
Yeah, if he chills out and calms down, he's nice.
A litter. I mean,
those are the two huge back, stout ones. That yellow calf in the front of the lineup, as we said, awful smooth and just attractive.
He's just really complete. In this type of a class, that might get you third. Unfortunately.
Not as bold and square in just his shape.
Just doesn't have quite as many bells. But he's a good one. What I like about that first calf when he came by was for the substance and power he has, his shoulder was nice and smooth.
Yep, tied in there nice.
But yeah, that white one there, man. I don't know what color he is, but that steer moving.
He's going to call him silver, I bet.
Thing's got some, I mean, he just looks like a man out there with the power.
But nice neck and smooth shape.
Draws up a nice silhouette. I don't know when he tracks away if he's going to
meet
the
stout
standard
and
that
wide at the
Parker was
ground
talking about.
as the black calf right behind him.
The black calf might have that advantage.
Even just in terms of foot size and just natural base width, I think that's the black steer's advantage there.
He has his own huge paws. I don't know which one's bigger, footed or legged. I can't tell. They're both big.
They're both big, but from where I'm at, just raw foot size right at the ground, I think the black calf's getting beat.
You guys can see the black steer on the camera there.
That's a Here I Am calf, it says.
With the light shining off his top on the camera there, it's maybe not the best angle of him, but from where we're sitting, that thing is just massive and cool looking. As we expected, this is going to be a close decision for the judges. They are conversing.
Fun fact, as we talk here, the young man with that silver calf we talked about, Lincoln Bent, he's a,
All right, we're going with Black.
Okay.
What?
Black, orange, silver.
Okay. Orange slipped up to 2 on us.
There you go. Split the difference.
Yep.
As the Angus guys are talking, I was just alluding there. Mr. Bent, he is a Southern Iowa resident. As myself, he's a little further south than me, kind of down on the line, and he's in a unique situation. He lives in Iowa, but goes to school in Missouri.
Oh, goodness.
So he's in the Missouri FFA chapter. He actually exhibited the grand champion steer at the Missouri State Fair last year. So,
Oh, really?
congratulations to him and his family.
Very cool. Sounds like they just selected champion Angus heifer.
Update here from Proud Dad. Our class winners
Oh, go ahead.
sold by Joe Hare. So Joey's had a few class winners and division champions come through here the last couple of days. Trying to get his words associated in his mind here before
Well,
we
I
talk
think
about
he's
him.
maybe going to let him get that reserve Angus out of the way, maybe.
Oh, gotcha. That's a big ring full of Angus
That's a big
heifers.
moment in the breeding heifer show. The Grand
Yep.
Reserve Angus ring is full.
In here, Jake, there, and between you're looking, man, this is a class here. And I told Stock I was going to talk because when you got 3 steers like this, I wouldn't say you clipped any of these off and thought, hey, you're coming to the show to do pretty good in your class and be here at the Iowa Beef Expo. But this black one right here, I mean, this is right up my alley. I mean, this thing is intimidating looking about his stoutness, his bone, his body. I mean, this thing is a dense looking, big ribbed, heavy structured one that's still like for a stout, burly looking calf. Has got all kinds of presence to him here from the profile. I mean, I just couldn't keep my eye off of him. I thought he hit me really, really hard. You know, I'm sure the show's going to be good. This calf's not just 100% there out of the way hind leg uses it and goes, it could just tone him up just a shade right in behind his shoulder. But I mean, that calf is stout underneath and impressive to look at. This gold one, if I came back in a few months and this thing was the one, it wouldn't surprise me. He's got a little more of a youthful look up there about his front end. He is an athletic, square, muscular, genuine kind of a calf. I love you get on either end of this steer, and he is broad and genuine from there to there. He's got a killer look. He's athletic. This steer's got a couple little things. He turns his front feet just a little. His tail head pops up into him. I didn't think he was just quite as overwhelming as that first one, but that is 100% right up my alley too. This is the most attractive colored calf I've ever seen in my life. I mean, his hair, his color, his bone, his like softness to his joints is incredible. I love this calf from the profile. I ain't going to switch up the kinds I've been picking right here just because I like his color. When I watch this calf go away, he isn't as stout as I probably like him. If you are okay with that, I'm cool with it because he is a beautiful looking one from the profile there. This next steer in the lineup is a chunky, middled, bold ribbed one that's got an awesome shape. This is no slouch of a steer either, but he gets just a little frailer up in his head. He balls up a little when you set him out in motion there. I get it, but he's a good calf. This black and white one's big and extended here. A lot of growth potential, a lot of shape. He just a little plainer about his head, and he gets a little daintier about his feet. The gold calf's going to round out that's big boned and good bodied there. Just a calf in this class. He just don't quite have the eye appeal or the look of them first few. Good job to everybody. That was a great class.
Absolutely.
All
Great
right,
class,
so-
he says. And again, we could just tell the way he talked, just the passion he had and the way that they like to sort that, especially the top 4
He
steers.
didn't even want to give up the microphone. He
No,
was
right.
excited.
Exactly. Yes. I wouldn't either. I don't blame him. But they fell in love with especially those top 2. And interesting his comments on that third place.
Yeah,
You know, that's
just
his kind of calf or whatever. But as you and I alluded
we
to,
noticed over here he wasn't going to fit the standard what he wanted with the width.
Yep, for sure. Okay. Next class coming in here, class 6 of the day, McKinley White, Bryn Kinsel, Keegan Cook, Grayson Illig, Parker Long, Molly Schuler, and Bristol Chambers.
Steers from 920 to 952 pounds. Looks like another nice class. Maybe not the hammers all the way through.
It's just always funny, and I talking to guys in the barn yesterday, just the way classes break out sometimes, you can kind of hit a pretty good class break. Well, as Ryan said here, this group of calves weighs 920 to 950. Again, some variation here in terms of color. A lot of gold steers in here. We'll mix in with the black ones. We can go ahead and take them for a loop here. Judges evaluate them on the go. Once again, just like to take an opportunity to thank our premier sponsor here, Vermeer Equipment. I think we're going to get a representative here later on come talk to us a little bit about Vermeer and their sponsorship as well. But certainly appreciate all that they do here to make this venue here in the Jacobson Center available to the juniors here all weekend long. It's certainly, as we keep talking about, an awesome place to show cattle. From back in the makeup ring to the show ring itself, and just as an exhibitor and as a spectator watching, it's just a great way to take in a cattle show. Taking a lap here, looks like first two calves are pretty smooth made, attractive type steers. Got a real stout made yellow one coming around the corner. Thanks again to all our ring help for helping these kids make things go smooth as they come in and out of the ring. I think maybe fairly logical placings here as we get going. We're going to start hammering them. I think we're going to work from the top side maybe this time. About the time I say that, he'll switch up on me. All right, going to start with the gold calf. That's Bryn Kinsel. Then we're going to go to McKinley White. Gold calf is going to win. Just again, got that chubby middle and body style that they've been talking about all day. This is, again, Class 6. This is the second class of Division II crossbred steers. There will be two more classes after this in Division II, and then we'll pick our champion of our second division. 3 divisions of crossbred steers here this morning. All right, looks like we're ready to go. Stock's going to talk about these for us. Once Brad quits talking. There you can see our first and second place class winners out in the middle of the ring. Breeding heifer judges snuck in on us, stole the microphone. You can see there in the middle of the ring in your view right now, the two calves are going to go first and second in this class.
top line brings his 96 elegant with black heifer heels in front of him. He's got some utility, some extra bone work. He's not going to feature recenter and emotion. The white strip heifer here is moderate, body, has attractive in their hind leg set. Probably doesn't have much of stopping the bone and features with two cattle go right in front of her. Young man's heifer's bigger outline, pretty up front. She's got some body, some extra stacks are going her way. She's probably ranking plainest of the initial four, on this side.
And thanks to all our sponsors that make this such a great event for the youth. Obviously, Sullivan Supply, Show Circuit Online Sales, Schaefer Tice Show Cattle, Sunglow Group, Stockman Extra, Ag Extra Magazine, the Showtimes, Livestock Digital, and again, all those Platinum Stakes Club members that donate not only their financial funds, but just their time and their energies for these youth. So appreciate that. Here we go, Stock Martin.
Nice pair up here on top. I think they got some differences. They got more in common than they do in differences. We side with the yellow calf here just because he's actually a little bit bigger footed for us, maybe bigger in terms of his ankle. A calf that maybe gets a little rigid in terms of his rear structure at times, but a really nice dense bodied, big back, nice looking, good presented steer from the profile there. It's a really nice calf to start. Another one, you appreciate this one just in terms of how big and square hipped he is. I like the way he sets down there in terms of his hind leg. One that at times gets pretty straight fronted for us. One that just is a little smaller footed, a little daintier there, like Parker would say in terms of his ankle. Calf that just needs to be a little intensified there at the surface for us. Really stout, big bodied one though there in second. Young lady's calf coming in next. Awesome from the profile. Really cool and sharp looking. Needs some more body for us there in third. Young lady's coming in next. A little bullier headed in his kind, but a massive topped, big, thick-ended calf. One that gets a little bit round, a little bit frailer today. That's why he ends up where he does. Young man's coming in next. Appreciate the body shape, the cage in that calf. He's big in terms of his rib, good in terms of his underline. Moves well enough for us, gets out there and utilizes his hock. One that's just a little round, a little coarse today, so that's where he goes. Young man steer here, short backed, big ribbed, just needs to be a little bit more loose in terms of his structure. Maybe just needs to be a little bit smoother, not so round today. Young lady rounding out the class. Appreciate that calf from a functionability standpoint. Just needs to be intensified in his bone work. Maybe needs just a little more elite show steer look from the side. Really nice class. Congratulations.
But he had a pretty face.
Pretty face.
Love the bully's face. Good class there again. Congratulations to Bryn Kinsel, winning Class 2 in Division 2 crossbred steers. Next class in the ring here, Reese Shaw, Jillian King, Jax Pryor, Brody Foth, Macy Jacobson, Owen Call, Drake Hosting, and Chloe Shivers.
Here we go again. Look at those nice steers.
Here's one to catch your attention right out the gate. What's Jacobson's got? I think we saw that calf last night on the way to the washer.
Yeah, they were getting ready to get him cleaned up. He's looking good. Notice the big hairs that he had.
Big hairs.
So I don't know if you've been tracking the Olympics at all, Noel.
On and off a little bit. I've heard, not 100%, but
I'm kind of the same. But
heard some controversy. We have some athletes that are maybe have some heritage from other countries, and there's, who you're representing is kind of causing some conflict.
I didn't hear that one.
Well, I think there's a couple young ladies. One's a skier, maybe one was a skater. That their parents had some Chinese descent, and one is representing the United States.
Oh,
and the other one is representing China. And it's got
they're
some
on
people
different
fired
teams.
up. Yeah. So, I don't
Did
know.
we get the better one on the?
Well, I think they both do okay, but I don't remember if they've gotten gold or. I think maybe the figure skater got some gold, but
Okay.
it's just if you you can be on whatever side of the political party you want, but I guess if you live in America and take advantage of all our opportunities and the freedoms you have here, why are you skating or snowboarding or whatever you're doing for China?
Well, I understand your point there.
Boy, look at that White Lake. Yeah, that dude is dialed in.
He is. He's burly.
You see any hairs out of place on him?
Not from here.
Look at even his belly, man. They didn't miss a spot.
They got that underline is smooth. I don't know if his white's ideal. It's not bad.
No, it's not terrible, but I mean, is any white really ideal? I don't.
Well, sometimes it adds a little flair.
It can,
You always
right?
like it on their heads.
Yeah, that's right. If you're gonna have it on your body, you want to kind of spread out a little more. Not that's the kind of the 1980s main look there.
Well, part of the reason I mentioned the Olympics, I looked at my phone and noticed. So, for the gold medal, the United States and I think it's for the gold medal.
The
Canada,
count?
yeah. Right now, USA and Canada are tied 1-1. There's 4 minutes left. So,
Is this the hockey you mean or what? The men's hockey?
The men's, yeah.
Yeah. We, my daughter and my wife turned on the deal the other night when I came in the house. They were watching the women's hockey, and it was Canada and United States for the gold. And Canada was winning 1-0, like all the way through. And then in the third period, just a minute or so left, we got a goal and tied it up, and then ended up beating them in overtime. So that was pretty exciting.
Yeah, because we all know the Canadians are very serious about their hockey.
Yes,
not
exactly.
I'm not a big hockey guy.
I'm not either. I don't.
It is fun to watch every once in a while. I don't know all the
rules.
details of
Yeah,
it.
you gotta. I don't know. You gotta go past this line, not past this line.
It depends on your position. And
Yeah.
I know just enough, but it's always fun. Sometimes you turned on, they might be getting in a fight.
Yeah, there wasn't much fighting in the Olympics. I think that's maybe frowned upon. There was a pretty good hit the other day. It's actually we hit the Canadian girl, and they, she had to go to the timeout box.
I went to one NHL game when I was visiting a friend, and it was unfortunate. Nobody scored the whole.
Oh,
and it was before. I think now they force them to do overtime until somebody wins. With that particular match,
or something.
It ended 0-0, so nobody scored.
Wow,
There's
that's
no fights.
terrible.
I know it.
Did
so
you
that
at
was
least
my
have cold
experience.
beers or?
Yeah, we had that, but that was my experience of the hockey. No fights, no scoring.
Well, that sucks. I've taken in a few. Des Moines has the Des Moines Bucks.
Is that fun to go to?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. They have like dollar beer night or whatever, and then there was it the Iowa Chops or something? We had like a AAA team or something for a while in Des Moines.
We enjoyed a family deal. We went to one of the Barnstormers games.
Oh yeah, I never did go to one of those.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, there's actually some pretty decent, for Iowa, we have some pretty good sports teams. And
well, obviously up in Ames.
Well, yes, I was talking the next level.
No, you're talking the
Iowa Cubs. That's fun. We like to go to.
Yeah, I've been to that before. That's a good one. I've taken Corbin to that. He liked it.
Yep.
He likes of course, out in the corner, in the outfield where the water.
Yep.
He knows
the very first game we took kids to Denver. She got a foul ball, so that was great.
Awesome. All right, we're starting to move this nice big class again.
Yes, sir.
When they get down to these top ones in here, this is going to get a little
going to get tough because I think there's a couple of them that are, again, elite type show steers. Nothing completely unruly, but just even these better ones are kind of fighting the halter and not really wanting to cooperate and show themselves off.
Yep, that's always frustrating, but it is still early in the season per se, but a lot of these steers I'm sure have been to some shows.
Right.
I really am out of the loop enough. I don't know who has been successful at any of the shows prior to this year.
Probably should have done some recon, whatever, but there's, like I said, nowadays, this used to be one of the first or second shows of the year, and now you can
start them Thanksgiving, basically, don't they?
Had a pretty good talk with Willie Morris last weekend at the judging contest. Well, the kids were judging. Matt Jansen, Willie and I sat and had a really nice talk. And, he said they had a good show again this year. They kind of were off just a little, he said, because that's when our first, if you remember back to that Thanksgiving weekend, our first big weather event kind of struck.
Oh, yes.
Got that snowstorm. And so.
All right, we're down to.
Got her down to 3.
Top 3. It appears you got a couple black steers and a black and white steer.
Yep.
Kind of the ones that we noticed when they walked in were standouts.
Looks like Jax Pryor and Macy Jacobson and Drake Hosting.
So just from this view, Noel, the way he's been discussing and the way they go away from you, the black and white steer
Yeah,
has the advantage.
that's body design, style, and yep. See what I mean? Like all those calves are just wanting to fight just a little
Yep,
bit,
a
not
little bit.
cock off. It's like the Jacobin steer, obviously, and we noticed that yesterday. Cool looking, awesome from the side, maybe just compared to those other two, not quite as wide at the ground and stout when you get right behind him.
Huge legs, but yeah, just tracks a little more narrowed up, but definitely a very nice calf.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking at it now, Noel. The score is still tied 1-1. My phone says there's 1 minute left in that match, so it could be going to overtime.
There you go.
And I don't know the overtime rules.
Well,
Just
I thought
first one to
maybe
score.
yeah, I thought, and I don't know, Olympics probably different, but and like I said, I'm not a big hockey fan, but I always thought, if maybe it was tied, you get to one of those shootouts where everybody gets like 5 shots on goal
I
or
think
whatever.
in the NHL games eventually
That's what they do. Well, yeah, at the
Eventually.
Olympics the other night in the women's anyway, it was they just started another period and the first team that scored won.
If I know what I'm talking about in NHL, I think they do an overtime period, and then if nobody scores, then
you do a shootout. Okay.
So it doesn't go on forever.
The shootouts are cool. I like to watch that.
It is. I mean, you kind of hate it to come all that down to just the one play,
right.
but
Well, it's like I think there's 5 of them. You pick 5 players and go whatever. It's kind of like in soccer when they do that.
Yep.
You try to like sucker the goalie to go one way and then you shoot it the other way type of deal. Just kind of a mind game.
judges are analyzing these 3 steers next to each other. This is where they earn those paychecks when they get to make these tough decisions. When the level of competition is this high, it's critical to get them right.
That's right. And again, we're moving right along. So these guys, as they said, they don't have a problem stopping and taking a little extra time when deemed fit to. Looks like maybe the 2 black steers are just a little frame score bigger, probably. The white-legged calf maybe just a little chubbier in terms of his mature curve, but awful wide, awful burly.
Very stout. I'd say that black and white steer's tail is appropriate length.
Yes, fits right in where I'd like it.
Pryor, that's Pryor, you said?
No, the Pryor boy's at the front line.
I'm sorry, okay. Got that wrong. Who's the one closest to us?
That is Drake Hosting.
Okay. Yeah, they got all 3 of these dialed in, don't they, on the presentation?
Yeah,
there's no.
Yeah, wouldn't expect much less, but yes, they're tuned right up.
They probably didn't clip them and fit them all at once like we did that one time.
Start to finish, Reese. It was pretty fun back in the old days. I think we went start to finish, and I mean, he had a calf and he even had his head clipped or anything. All right, here we're going to talk about them.
Keeping them in the order that they were lined up there.
Okay.
A couple of stallions up on the top end. And, when we get down here and get going through it, this calf needs a win for us. And I've been talking about it all day. I mean, this calf is the one that's the broad, big back, square pin, big stifled one here that's got a lot of real shape and muscle and just power to him. You get him out in motion. He's so long strided and athletic there in his kind. My one area, he gets just a little smaller there at his foot, and I do like big feet, but I think that calf is humongous back, long body, long fronted, and really, really athletic in his kind. I love the balance of this steer. He's got giant legs that are hairy, and he's got a nice angular look to him. For someone, that might be the kind. Just staying consistent, when you watch this calf go right away from you right there, he draws in his hock just a little bit. He gets just a little flatter in his shape. Those are tale of 2 kinds. ones. If you like them kind of bigger, prettier, and heavier bone, you'll go switch that. If you like them shapy and muscular and athletic, you're going to go with the first one. This calf right here is no slouch in this class. When he is standing still, we could maybe think about having him up in there. His rib cage is the biggest of all three of them. His flank is the best of all three of them. He's really, really stout too. My problem with him is he probably crosses an edge structurally for us, and that's why we get him down here. Shoulder and knee and hind leg get pretty rigid moving, and so that's what we ultimately decided. We went them bigger, longer, just a little more athletic kind of appearing cattle. Then we're going to go to this thick, moderate gray one here that's big ribbed and big hips between this pair of dark ones. That one's shape, muscularity, and power is awesome. Just a touch rounder in his hip and hind leg design there, but a good solid steer. Then we're going to go to this neat fronted calf that's really clean and extended. He's a steer that gets just a little shallower back there into his flank, maybe a little rigid in motion. Big bone, big structured, long-bodied steer here. I think this thing can get to a heavy weight. His chest falls out of him a little bit, and then in this class, there just ain't quite the uniqueness as a few other ones here. Another trim-middled, extended steer here that's a little fresher than the one in front of him, a little short striding and a little shallower bodied. Young man, you're doing a great job here. Thanks for coming to the Beef Expo. Big bone, big bodied calf, just not quite the style as a few of them. Good class. Thank you all for coming.
All right, another good class there in Class 3 in Division 2. First place goes to Jax Pryor. Second place to Macy Jacobson.
So there you go. That third steer that we liked so much, and he just standing still. He said could have won it. Not as mobile.
Yep, not quite as mobile out his front. And you can even see, we probably didn't get a great angle of it, but as he turned this way, he wasn't as extended or cool up front. But he, again, like he said, as
the
a
steer
body
that
shape
won the class, man, when he was walking out, to me, that almost looked like Denver Display Bull just walking out from you, just mass and power.
Stout, but again, fluid and flexible and the way you like them. That's the crazy part nowadays. Like, and I know people talk about it, but, as much as these steers are worth nowadays, it's almost hard to leave the nuts in them and make another display bull or promotion bull because they're worth so much as a steer.
You don't have to guarantee them that way either.
Exactly right. All right, Class 4, Division 2, hitting the ring here. Abigail Crawford, Mason Rosenboom, Haley Pedrick, Chloe Rogers, Jensen Lichtner, Greenlee Grow, Jillian King, and Taylor Thomas.
That's a stout one that just went in front of the table there.
Oofta.
Another powerhouse.
Power. That's Flash. Doesn't give us the sire or pedigree as a Flash, but another attractive silver calf there. I think, I don't know the exact deal, but I think Parker's kind of got a Charolais background a little bit, and I've noticed, if you have too, even the Charolais show yesterday, they made some comments about color, and then that silver calf we had here earlier, he, dove in and said how much he loved the color of that silver calf, so.
Update back on the Olympics, so it looks like
live.
I don't know. It says it's still tied 1-1. I thought it was into overtime, but now it's saying there's 5 minutes left. So anyway.
Well, maybe the overtime's 5 minutes.
Yeah, they're all tied up. USA, Canada for the gold medal.
USA. What have you paid attention like the overall gold count or like medal count? I mean, are we up into the?
Last night I saw it on TV. USA was in second, but I think it was at Norway.
Well, it could be. They're cold weather guys. They probably pretty good at some of those things. Hey, I didn't see all of it. Did you ever watch any bobsledding or whatever? Did you see the bobsled?
It's fun to watch. I didn't see it this year.
And I didn't see it in live action, but I saw kind of a replay. Like, and this unfortunately is our USA guys, but they took off with the bobsled going 100 mile an hour, and then the first guy jumped in, and the second guy kind of tripped, and then the third guy and the fourth guy, got bound up with him. So it's a 4-man bobsled. Well, only the first guy got in, the other 3 fell and didn't get in the sled.
Yep. Then what happens?
Well, it was a bad deal because the first guy steers, and then the back guy is like the brake guy.
Oh,
So this guy's
nobody was in there.
this guy's barreling down the track,
All by
hundreds of miles an hour,
himself.
and he didn't know it at first. And then he come to figured out no
There's
brakes.
nobody behind him.
So he jumped out of the steering deal and tried to go to the back, and he hit the brakes, whatever. So yeah, it was a bad situation.
He
But
ended up being okay.
I think everybody was okay health wise.
So here I'm pulling it up for you. So yeah, we got Norway is in the lead.
Oh, they're whomping everybody.
Yeah, 41 medals.
Nice.
United States 32. Netherlands is in third, and Italy and Germany.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Which,
apparently Norway is.
I guess they're ranking them by the golds there, but like because like
total. That's the total count.
yeah, but like
right?
Italy, they got 10 more than the Netherlands there.
Oh, I see.
That's what it says.
I got
So
you.
yeah. Anyway, which is funny, isn't it? Have you noticed that? Like whatever the home country is or the host country, always seems to
Has
do
an advantage.
pretty good.
Familiar with the territory, yeah. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
United States holding their own though.
Yep. Go USA. All right. Getting these cattle lined up here, head to tail, profile, gonna start initial sort. Again, looks like a really good group. I don't know, like you said, that white calf, he's awful impressive.
He is stout.
These two black calves at the end got a nice look to them. But man, that
there's
white one is huge hipped and long.
and powerhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She showed a
look at how wide he is.
pretty nice gold calf yesterday too.
Look how wide he is between his stifle to stifle, his
Yep.
hip, his lower quarter.
Yep.
It's like, oh my goodness. What did you say he was out of? Does it say?
But no, they didn't want us to know.
The steer in front of us here, in front of the table, the last one in the line, he's a very complete, solid steer.
Yeah. Got just they did a great job clipping him. He's got just a little
He's got
kink in
that
his hair.
little different hair on him. Okay, he's going to be second behind the white calf. Or did you say he's white? Or what is he, silver?
Yeah, we'll call him silver.
Dirty white?
Dirty white.
I mean, that's another one that looks like they could have left the testicles in type of animal.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's got the frame to go with it and just the stout and burlesque. I mean, traditionally that calf is so long bodied and so extended. Like everybody talks about short backed and compact, and he's not that, but he's got all the power to go with it.
yeah, we've heard Stock mention a few times short backed. I've heard him say that several times. But yeah, he's not short backed.
Mm-mm. But in the commercial business, that was one of the things Grandpa Darrell taught me when I was a little kid. Length of body is where your pay weight's at. The longer they are, the more they weigh. Kind of starting to get a group of spectators in here again as we get this middle division of crossbreds, getting some people gathered around ringside.
So they found those top two, and now we're going to work through the rest of the class. Yeah, definitely more people in here. Maybe coming out of the tents and into the arena.
Probably cold outside.
Yeah, I'm glad to be in here. Overall, though, the weather pretty cooperative. All right, we're going to finish lining these up. We'll see who talks them.
Yeah, I don't remember who's turning.
It's Price Stock's turn, but Parker's been so excited. He's given a lot of the reasons today. Pretty fun to hear what they say about these top pair. Giving some final thoughts to each other here before
Fun to just stare down that one's back.
Yeah, it's wide. You could land something on that.
A drone?
Oh yeah.
Nice flags.
Oh, they were just about to start those reasons Stock was, and the breeding heifers beat him to the punch.
I think Jake's just waiting patiently till they pull their mic out, and then he's pulling a prank on them.
All right, while we're waiting, I'm going to check that hockey match again. All right, so it is officially into overtime for those who care, I guess. But,
excellent.
It is.
Your Cyclones let you down, so now you're on something else.
Well,
so you got time to the hockey today?
I mean, I know it's a big, that's a big match between the United States and Canada, so cheering for the home team, of course.
Absolutely.
beat the Canadians at their own game. That'd be fun. Let's throw a little history in, Noel. So I showed you that text earlier. So so because it is the 50th anniversary, that's why we've been kind of having some fun with that to acknowledge that. Got a text earlier from Eric Noonan. So we were talking about steers that had been successful at the Beef Expo and the Iowa State Fair. He said in 2005, the top 3 steers at the Iowa Beef Expo went 1, 2, and 3 at the Iowa State Fair.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, the third was one that Eric sold to Jeff Paulson. Partners had the one, and it came from Copus, and Faber had a Bonham calf.
I remember the Parker steer very well. Yep.
So yeah, that's pretty neat. 2005, 1, 2, 3. So all 3 of those steers crossed the finish line.
Somebody did it right at the beginning
I
of the
guess that's pretty good.
year.
Kim's asking how much these weigh, Noel. What's the answer?
This we are 1010 to 1036.
She likes that white one too. Or
He does.
silver, whatever it is. Yes. It's going to be fun to hear the comments. Here we go.
Another really good class here, and I'm a big fan of Cool Whip. You know, get a gallon of Cool Whip, eat it with a spoon, and I could take old Cool Whip right here and eat this calf with a spoon because boy, this calf's kind of my kind. I just love this calf in terms of his angles, his design, his patterns. He's beautiful up through his front 1/3, big in terms of his back, awesome in terms of his feet and legs. He's a little wild today, so he kind of doesn't want to just see exactly how just comfortable he is, but that's a really nice calf. Maybe want to lengthen him out in terms of his hip just ever so slightly, but there's a lot of good in that calf. We like that one a good deal. Congratulations to that young lady. Nothing to take away from this young lady because I know she thought she had one to roll with them today, and she still does because this calf represents a good kind. Big feet, big legs, awesome in terms of his back shape, big middled. Awesome, cool neck, the way it sets up in there. No throat latch, no chest. That calf just gets a little shorter cannon, maybe just a little more moderate in terms of his kind, a little quick in terms of his maturity pattern. That's a really nice calf there in second. Young lady's coming in next. One you got to appreciate in terms of a muscle, just a stoutness standpoint. Big backed, big ribbed, big thick-ended calf. Maybe a little shallower in terms of his body. Maybe just doesn't have the added bone and feature of those 2 ahead of him, but a really nice calf nonetheless. Young man's coming in next. Another one that's big in terms of his rib, big back, thick-ended calf. One gets a little rigid on both ends of his skeleton. Needs to be a little more flexible for me today. Young lady's coming in next. One you like the striking appearance of that calf. One that needs to just be a little softer in his kind. He's a little hard, but he's big backed. He's thick-ended. That's a really nice calf there. Young lady's coming in next. One you appreciate from a balance standpoint. One today just gets a little plainer there through his head and neck. That's why we leave him where he does. Young lady's coming in next. Like that calf, he's got a good growth pattern. Big in terms of his middle. One that's a little frailer there at the surface. Maybe just not as stout as one's ahead of him. And the young man's coming in next. A little stouter than the one ahead of him, but just a calf that's just a little more plainer in his appearance from the side. Needs to be a little freer moving. But congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip. I like that.
That's pretty good.
It's nice that our judges are having fun. They're obviously taking the job seriously on getting those placings, but having a little fun with some of the reasonings. So what did he say on that steer that won? Obviously, it really liked him, but what was it? Something about his hip?
Yeah, he'd like to see him just, and if we got to get critical, I mean, like to see him just a little longer hipped.
Okay.
A little longer from hooks to pins. All right, bringing our Class 2 division class winners back into the ring here. Out of Class 1, it was Carson Dugan. Out of Class 2, Bryn Kinsel with that gold calf. Class 3, Jax Pryor with the black steer. And then, of course, out of Class 4 here, Chloe Rogers with Cool Whip. This will be a fun one to work through, too. I know, sometimes the lightest class in a division is at a disadvantage. I remember that calf, when he won his class, they just called him intimidating. So Be fun to see how he stacks up here with those heavier steers right behind him.
Yeah, another awesome lineup here at the Iowa Beef Expo. Again, the 50th anniversary. At this time, we'll do a little shameless plug.
Ooh, who are we going to promote today?
We're going to promote our cattle show, the
Oh,
Kent
excellent.
Habiger Memorial Classic Show this year will be, I'm going to get the date again so I don't tell you wrong, March 28th. So March 28th, that's a Saturday. Hope to see a lot of you folks in Webster City, Iowa for our show. Mr. Noel Ernst, who's standing right next to me, is going to be our judge again. Did a great job for us last year. We're happy to have him back. And then, of course, the next day is the Cattlemen's
Hamilton
show,
County Cattlemen's,
Hamilton County, and they do an awesome job. So you can make a weekend out of it. I'm not sure who they have got sorting them this year, but we're hoping the weather is nice and hope a lot of you folks are able to show up if you're able to. Maybe some of you listening back home, you weren't able to bring your calves to the Beef Expo, but maybe you're going to come to Webster City. I know I already saw Deanna has found a bunch of awesome prizes.
I was just going to say, I know that, you guys get a pat on the back all the time and exhibitors love it. Obviously, good cattle show, whatever, but the prizes that kids get, and every kid gets something.
Everybody goes home with stuff.
But the prizes are always second to none, and I know that brings in a good crowd every year because you guys are very hospitable and do a great job, and everybody loves to see what kind of prizes you guys are giving out that year.
Yes, Deanna Holmes, shout out to her and her family for finding a lot of those awesome prizes. We can give
That's
her
got to be a tough job because it's
every year she
finding
has
something new
unique.
and cool every year. It can be tough.
It is.
It'd be easy just to do the same thing all the time, but
so we're excited for that. It's coming up.
You bet.
Don't forget to pack your judging attire. I know Noel's there. Noel and his family are there every year helping support the show, but this year you got to make sure to put the judging clothes in too.
Yep, I'll make sure to pack my boots.
Yes, yeah, we don't want to be like our
Tyler?
judge there a few years ago. He accidentally forgot the boots. Had to wear the tennies. We had to give him a hard time. It was fun though.
That's what it's all about. Well, razzling, having fun while you're doing it. Yeah, that's always fun weekend. My wife several years ago got grandfathered into being your MC for the day.
Yes, and she
And
does
so
a great
it
job.
was fun last year when I had the mic in the ring, do a little back and forth with my wife. I think I appreciated it more than she did, probably.
Oh yeah, we had fun. Had a really good turnout the last few years, especially on our numbers. I think had record numbers.
They said last year was record attendance.
So
That's great.
we hope to keep that pace up so you guys can make that work. I know everybody's busy, but hope to see you guys there.
Looks like our MC for the day, Mr. Bradley J. Hook, is needing to stretch his legs. He's out here gonna take a once over of these steers.
He wants to get a close inspection.
Wants to get on the ground level.
Hey, this division here has been awesome, and man, what incredible calves! I'm sure if you're one of the breeders that calved these things out last year or last spring, and got them here and started seeing Snapchats and pictures of these things a few weeks ago as they clipped them. I'm sure you would be very excited to have come here and watched any of these cattle, and your parents. These are great, and it's tough when it's this good, and you know that there's a lot of families trying really, really hard. So my compliments to all of you. I get it. These cattle are very, very nice. I'm going to talk about them, and then I think, honestly, before I get there, I think there's one that wins this division, and then I think it's a little closer for reserve. But this steer right here is one that I like a lot from just a density standpoint. His legs are gigantic. His rib cage is massive. He is stout, boxy, square, and just gives you a fat steer look. If, like I said, if these things were all 1,500 pounds right now, or 1,500 pounds, and they all look just like this, I might go with this steer right here. I mean, that's the way I want him to look. He's alert, and he's got some cool things. He's got a nickel more maturity showing about his front end, and in class I talked about he doesn't 100% set down there on his hind leg as you watch him go, but man, that's a cool looking a stout, dense one there. This steer right here, he's a good calf, and he's good bodied, he's nice fronted, and has some things going for him. He gets just a little upright from behind, maybe just a couple other ones around here probably just have a little extras to him, but that's a good old steer. This next calf, he is what I call athletic, is what I would say. He is broad chested. He's got a big forearm in him. You can see the muscularity rolled up there in his back. He's big pin. And I like when this steer gets out and goes. He takes a really long stride, and he's a long bodied calf. And so I appreciate all that there. He's a calf that's got a really good look to him here from the profile as well. Two things. I'd like to deepen this calf up just a little in his flank, and I'd like to see him set down on a bigger foot. And we had a really good steer over there, was second to him as well, that had big legs and was good looking and high quality, that needed a little more shape down the top side of his skeleton. This next steer, this white one, this is a unique looking animal right here. When you get one, his neck comes up out of their shoulder like that, and then to transition out of their blade with a gigantic rib and loin right there, and the way it sets in there, animals don't do that very often. And then to have that kind of shape and width from end to end of his skeleton, and then to just be able to hold his neck high and walk around here very arrogantly, I think is unique. This steer is just absolutely shapely. I mean, I just end to end, he's perfectly square, and that's what I like a lot. I mean, a couple things. He is a little up there on his toes, and I could pick his pin setting up a little bit from in terms of his hip right here. But I mean, that thing does some wild stuff that you just don't see every day. I mean, I'm honestly, I'm just pretty overwhelmed with this steer right here. He's going to win this division. Congratulations to you.
So Cool Web gets it done in the second division.
Just overwhelming, like he said, and even from a distance, you can just tell how massive that thing is.
Yeah, absolutely. Taylor Thomas, second in Division 2, Class 4 crossbreds, pulling in the lineup here. Again, very complimentary of all those calves, but as he said, that one just hit him a little harder and hit him just a little differently and does some things that are hard to do raising elite show cattle. We're going to go up and get the intimidating steer out of Class 1. That calf exhibited by Carson Dugan.
Here's a friend, Mr.
Oh,
Kevin
my
Mears.
goodness. They let anybody at the Iowa Beef Expo.
Don't tell people he's here, I guess. There's probably people looking for him, I would imagine.
Oh, shucks. That's why it's fun to come to Beef Expo. You and I had a chance last night to talk to some old friends we hadn't seen in a while. So,
Noel, I have an Olympic update for you.
Bring it on. Come on,
I
USA.
have good news.
USA.
The gold medal
USA.
in men's hockey goes to the United States.
Hey, all right. Woo!
They beat them in overtime.
Nice. Way to go, boys. All right, once again, that was Division 2. Champion Division 2 steer exhibited by Chloe Rogers. Reserved to Carson Dugan. Clearing the ring here. We're going to get fired up for our third and final division of crossbred steers. This is Class 9 of the day. Entering the ring now, Drew Todemeyer, Madeline Schuler, Creighton Peck, Riker Giroux, Emma Moorfield, and Jackson Walker. We did not let off the gas here, Mr. Haverger. Look at these dudes.
Big backs, big ended, good looking.
Hello, what's this? Woofta.
Oh, there's another stout
That's a show calf.
That's a stout one. Got the big hips.
Got the big everythings. That's wide. Have we seen a calf that wide yet?
Well, I mean, that last division winner was awfully wide, but this one
That was wide.
Rival him in terms of just width. It's really big bodied as well.
Yes,
a lot
I
of
mean,
depth.
Interesting calf.
Really deep rib.
Good class. Not saying he's, whatever, but good class here, all of them. But I'd say again, those looks like the top 3 or 4 are going to be tough decisions for them, fun to work through.
Like you said earlier, there's getting to be more folks crowding around.
Yeah, we're already starting to see it.
Into the heat.
Getting in Division 3 here, this class looks like we're 1,044 pounds to 1054. So nice tight weight group here. So just for an update for you following along at home, after we follow up our crossbred division here, we'll pick our champion overall crossbred. And then as far as the championships go, at the end of the day here, 30 minutes after the final class, whether that's us on the steer side or the breeding heifer guys over there, 30 minutes after the final class, they will start our championships. They're going to select the champion and top 5 breeding heifers first, and then followed up with the steer division here. So stick on here. We will be live through the whole thing. And when the crossbred division is done, we're going to have a quick talk here with our judges, kind of get what they've been seeing and their experiences here at the Beef Expo. And then following that, we'll be live for the heifer show. So you can listen to the heifer show.
We promise not to talk over the heifers this year.
No, we don't promise anything.
Okay.
We'll do it.
I thought we
again.
got in trouble last year.
Well, that wasn't us. That was a little technical difficulty.
Okay.
I think the mics were not set up right. But I mean, obviously, people want to listen to us versus Chad Oldcamp anyway, correct?
Who's he got over there?
I'm not. I'm not sure who his pal is here today, but looks like they might be done on the heifer side actually. So yes, as soon as this 3rd division of crossbreds is done, 30 minutes after that, we will have the Supreme Heifer Drive, followed by the Grand Champion Market Steer overall. Hey, as we talked about earlier, waiting for our Vermeer rep. Here he is, Mr. Bart Elder.
Yes, we've been talking about Vermeer a lot this weekend.
Appreciate it, guys. Absolutely. We'll get you a mic here. As I said, Mr. Bart Elder joining us here. Bart, welcome to the Beef Expo. You been here, been out back, or have you been here all week, or where you been?
I have not. Just got here this morning to check it out. But
awesome.
So nice to walk into this facility.
It's awesome,
instead
isn't
of
it?
the old days
Yeah.
of standing up there freezing
your butt off, and
Yeah.
it's just clean and roomy. And as we talked about, you don't have the echo of the bleachers and whatever. It's just so nice for the exhibitors and us here spectating. So, hey, we've been blowing you guys up, all the yellow equipment around. We certainly appreciate everything you do. I just want to give you a little shout out here and give you a minute to talk about what you guys are doing and thanking you for coming.
Yeah, again, what a great opportunity for us to be able to sponsor this, and for several of us involved, be able to give back a little bit.
Absolutely.
Of doing this for years and knowing what these exhibitors go through, and if you can make this a more enjoyable experience and keep this going for our young people,
Sure.
that's certainly the goal.
Absolutely. You were there in the old times, and obviously it starts somewhere. You have to start somewhere, but the improvements we've made and how we just do it now is definitely appreciated by everybody. So
yeah, a lot of good things happening at Vermeer. I don't know if you heard the notice this week that making an expansion just right outside of Des Moines here.
Saw it on the news the other day.
Bringing 180 jobs potentially to the area, and it's just very fortunate that we can do that and expand. Still a family-owned company.
Right.
Not a lot of those left.
Exactly.
And this is one of the things that we can do with some influence from Mark Core, myself, to be able to give back to this that are truly our customers.
Sure.
So those are the cool things that Vermeer family allows us to do.
Awesome. That's great. We sure appreciate it. We've talked a little bit just about the stuff you got here, but kind of just give us a quick rundown for everybody at home and listening. Oh, we're going to take a break here. We're going to talk about a calf here. Hold on.
Cool looking calf to win the class. He won pretty easily for us. A good calf there. Young man's calf here in second is one. Second and third, it's kind of the pair for us. I think this calf is just a little bit more genuine in terms of his muscle there, in terms of his hip shape there into his lower quarter and stifle. But both of them get just a little rigid in terms of their movement. That one we just thought had a little bit more muscle. This calf right here, awesome in terms of his look. Love that one through his front 1/3, the way his neck ties into his shoulder. He's big backed, he's smooth, highly presented calf. One that maybe just needs a nickel bit more in terms of his flank, maybe just needs a little bit stouter there in terms of right there in terms of his hip, but a really nice calf. Young lady's got a really nice, highly presented one, short backed, big bodied, one that gets a little shorter hipped, maybe a little frailer there at the ground, but a really nice calf nonetheless. The young lady's gray one coming in next, one you appreciate just in terms of a silhouette and a pattern type of calf, not stout enough, just doesn't move as free as some of those ahead of him, but a really nice calf there. And the young man that's going to round us out, like the density, like the bone, foot in that calf, maybe needs to be balanced up, maybe just needs to be a little more attractive there in terms of his hind leg, but a really nice calf. Congratulations.
Are we back? There we go. Sorry. Okay, Class 1, Division 3, Class 1 there, exhibited by Emma Moorfield. And, okay, Bart, as I was leading to right before we heard the judges there talking, just give us a quick rundown of the products that you guys have available for these guys raising livestock and farmers.
Yeah, actually here at the show, we got a brand new baler that we just launched last fall. That's our R series baler, and a big change from the previous model. So really excited to bring it to the market. That size of baler is really our flagship at Vermeer. That's our number one seller, number one profit maker. So
Awesome.
we can't screw that one up. So definitely this baler is really exciting to bring to the market, and the acceptance already of a new model. You never know when you get rid of a long time really staple product that
Sure.
is the new one going to be accepted. And certainly we've done the testing, we've done the homework, and it brought a really good baler to the market.
Awesome. Awesome.
And then our other piece here is our manure spreader. And I think I mentioned last year we just entered into this market of a manure spreader. It's kind of the final piece, you might say. We started, you start with the mixers and those all the way through the whole process.
Sure.
Now to the manure spreader, and really a durable line. We're actually building this product in some conjunction with the Bunning company out of the UK that's known for, they've been building this thing as long as we've been building balers, believe it or not.
Nice.
And but now we build this in our Griswold facility in western Iowa, where the mixers are built as well. So really cool to be able to bring this product to market, and
Yeah.
probably one of those products that, manure spreader, depending on use, but it could be the last one you ever buy. It's
Right.
built that heavy,
Awesome.
and just the performance out of it is second to none.
Cool. Kind of the final piece of the puzzle. As we all know, if you put something in the front side of a cow, something's going to come out the back,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
So cool. Well, that's good that you can guys covered all the way through the process there. Appreciate that. And again, just appreciate all you guys are doing. This is awesome what you guys do for the kids, and we can't thank you enough. So
Yeah, well, thanks for the opportunity, and really appreciate everything that you guys are doing to make this live, and for us that
Yep.
don't get to get here all the time, get to watch it.
Yep,
So we
it's
appreciate it.
like Ryan and I have said a time or two, it's amazing the amount of feedback we get, text and calls, whatever, and the people that are actually watching somewhere else, it's kind of staggering. So we're glad we can do it, and we're glad you're a part of it.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks again.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Bart.
You guys good.
Good. Good. It's a good show. Yeah. Top ends, elite. Yeah, the good ones still come. All right, ladies and gentlemen, rolling in here to Division 3, Class 2. We have 5 entries here in this class. Parker Holstein, Kentley Lonigan, Stella Amthauer, Matthew McKee, and Hayden Stewart. Just, again, thanks to Bart there and everybody at Vermeer for what they do. Appreciate him stepping in here and saying a few words. So we're bringing these cattle around and getting them lined up. Looks like we're going to have, again, 5 heads, so not as many as some of the other classes, but still some discussion, especially looks like on this top end of steers here. Again, quality really good. We're getting into some heavier cattle here, 1060 to 1070. Again, this is class 10. This is the second class of Division 3. There will be 2 more classes here in this division, and then we'll pick our Champion Division 3 steer, followed shortly by the Champion Crossbred Drive. A little cussing and discussing going on in the center of the ring. Trying to figure out where we're going to land. Black calf there in your screen is Kentley Lawn again. Young lady there in the pink shirt, Stella Amthauer with the kind of peachy red type steer. Gold calf there is Matthew McKee, or excuse me, the gold calf is Hayden Sewers, that you can see now. In the rear view, we switched our camera angle. Again, just 5 in this class, but a lot of quality, and they're going to give them the once over. Make sure they find what they like and break them down. So again, for those of you following at home, we have 2 more classes of crossbreds after this, and we'll pick our division champion and our champion crossbred in 30 minutes after we pick our champion crossbred steer. We will be right back here picking the supreme breeding female for the weekend. As soon as those top 5 breeding heifers are done, we will jump right back in here with our steering and pick our overall champion market animal and the rest of the top 5. So we're sure excited to see that group. Obviously, as you've heard the judges today, very excited about the lineup of the crossbred steers they've seen, and it's always fun to bring those breed steers back and line them up against them and just see how things shake out. Got her kind of sorted down to the top 4 here. Pair of black steers, kind of the red calf, and then again the Sewer Girls peach calf here at the end of the lineup. Stella Amthauer's going to get pulled next, followed by Hayden Sewer. We got down to a pair of black calves. Parker Holstein and Kentley Lonigan. Those 2 steers both weigh 1060. Gonna go for a little lap, watch them move, check some flexibility and skeletal quality. Nice pair of black calves here, Ryan.
Yes, very nice. I mean, that steer that just got pulled into 3rd, was it?
Well, that's what I was telling guys here. This is again just 5 here, but the top 4 especially very, very high quality individuals. Yeah, that gold calf, boy, he gives you that look from the side.
Yes, lots of body and just very good balance.
I would assume when they talk about him, they're going to love his profile. And again, when we were over here head to tail, maybe just give up a little to those black steers in terms of just width and shape down his back and width at the ground, but awfully high quality calf. Okay, looks like we're going to go with Kentley Lonigan's calf, and then Parker Holstein goes second. This is Class 2, Division 3.
This is a real good class here again, man. There's 4 or 5 really good steers here. These 2 black ones hit us pretty good when they come in. This steer right here, they're both stout, dense made cattle. They got a lot to them. This one's just front end quality there, slope to his shoulder and knee, and just kind of athleticism when he gets out and goes for one that's got that kind of back and rump and just genuineness to him is what wins. I do think he is he's not just as stout boned and probably not just quite as rolled up right over his rib as this next one here, but you just kind of watch him go here. There's a lot more natural presence, just flexibility and genuineness there in that calf. This one here is big ended and big structured and stout, and he's coming into some maturity. You know, with that, he just gets a little rigid, maybe moving, and the crest of his neck is showing just a little there, but that's our kind too. But I just thought of a pair of real dense ones. That other one had an advantage in terms of structure and look and balance up front here. If you want to pretty him out, though, this steer right here's got it. I mean, this calf is dialed in. I told Stock I'm not a big fitter myself. He is. But I think this thing is clipped in perfect. I mean, he's so beautiful in his hair coat and just from the profile here, he's loose structured and all that. He's just a little flatter sided for us. And if you look just the muscle texture, the shape down here, it's not quite what we've been picking today. But I definitely think that's a good steer, and somebody might really like him more than me. But good gold colored one there. This darker colored calf, the gold color one here, is stouter than that one. And honestly, I told him this is probably the closest decision because this calf does have an advantage in terms of just punch to his midrib there, and he's a little boxier in his kind. I always thought those were the three, though, when it came in, because this calf's got just a little more front end to him. He maybe just isn't as comfortable when you get him leading there. He never showed himself off. And in a really good class, I don't know, that's probably a big thing there. Tuck his tail head down into him. And then we got this big, long, trim black steer here. Gets a little hollower back into his flank, but a pretty good old calf as well. Congratulations to everybody there.
All right, kind of called it there on that third steer. They loved his profile.
Yep, for sure. Another good class. Okay, class 4. No, excuse me. This is class 3, Division 3 hitting the ring now. 4 entries in this particular drive. As they get ready to come down the ramp here, we're going to clear the ring. Coming in now in the red sweater, Samantha Steinbraun, followed by Harry McClure, Hudson Ross, and Carver Ross. All right, got a little color variation again here. Black calf, darker chocolate steer, smoky calf, and that one's a little off at the. I mean, is that a button? That's not a butterscotch, but it's kind of dark smoke.
It is a dark smoke.
Little reddish tinted. One more afterwards.
Yes, we got one more class after this to finish up Division 3. Yeah, there's only 4 steers in this.
Here you go. You talked yesterday a time or two. We had 4 calves and judging contest similarities, and this one's, I'd say, you're gonna hit these guys pretty quick. I would imagine good cattle again, but 4 calves fairly placeable probably.
Looks like it. You'd probably put a little higher cut maybe in the middle of this class.
Middle pair cut higher. Might be one of those situations where they did yesterday and walked them around and just left them in the same order.
Mm-hmm. Could see that happening here. That was a bigger class where they did that. I think there was about 7 steers.
And just happened to be the way it broke it down. All right, going to take them for a walk here quick.
Really powerful black steer coming around to lead things off. Definitely a neat color on that second one. Kind of unique. Again, after this class, we'll be into class 12, which is last class of Division 3. Come out, find that Division 3 champion in reserve, and then we'll proceed for your champion crossbred in reserve overall. Make sure to stay with us, though. We're getting ourselves set up so that we can visit with our 2 judges here a little bit. Gonna get an extra mic going so we can pick their brains a little bit in between the break.
Oh, feeling frisky.
I think they're gonna leave them in the same.
I'd say
place,
so.
just
That
like
black
you
calf
said.
up front don't have a sire, but look at the name on that black calf.
Sue.
Yeah, a boy named Sue.
There you go.
Samantha Steinbraun.
I like the
that black
name of
steer.
the last calf, Hairball, because that's a band I always like to
There
go
you
watch.
go.
You ever go see Hairball?
Yep.
That's always a good
It's an
show.
Iowa institution there to watch the whole hairball show. All right.
Another little 1, 2, 3, 4 for us here, and I think the calf that wins is awfully nice, just in terms of being dense and bold and big in terms of his forearm, big-footed, big back leg in that calf. If you want to pick on him, he's got a little bit of there in terms of his throat, maybe got a little bit of extra sheath there, but a really nice calf nonetheless. Just big, dense, powerful. That's a really nice calf, though. Gives you an awesome look like that one's power. Young man's calf coming in next. Really appreciate that one just in terms of his shape. Just big-footed, big bone, tons of muscle and shape there. Calf that gets a little straighter there in terms of his shoulder, maybe gets up there in terms of his spine when he walks, but a really nice calf there. The bottom pair is awfully close, two similar calves. We opt to decide with the white one just in terms of raw shape and actual power. Calf gets a little bit sharper in terms of his hock, maybe not as highly presented as the ones ahead of him, but a really nice calf there in third. Young man steer in fourth. You got to appreciate just from a production standpoint, big, bold, got tons of meat product in that calf. One that gets a little flatter sided compared to the one ahead of him. Maybe not as genuine in terms of his shape, but a really nice class. Congratulations to those kids.
All right, so there we have it. They left them in the order they came in. So your class winner there, Samantha Steinbraun. Second to Harry McClure. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Now, coming into the ring shortly, the Class 12. This is going to be our last class of the day before we continue on with the process of getting ultimately to our top 5. Coming into the ring now, this class is going to have 6 steers exhibited by Katie Miller, Wyatt Roan, Cole Reynolds, Ada Lund, Axton Ross, and Emma Morfeld. Again, last class, Division 3. We got steers that are weighing from 1104 up to 1170. So 1170 is our heaviest crossbred steer at the 2026 Iowa Beef Expo. They're making their way in there, the big stout red steer.
Move to dark red steer. Hey, this is that class that we've talked about in Expos past. Some champions come out of this class. What do we call it?
We've seen it.
Last class of the day.
Last class of the day.
Big, powerful steers. There was a few Expos back, I think back to back. We had end up overall champion.
That
Mark
steer with the white on him. I remember that one.
No sticks. And then I think before that, Jacobson, Mr. Drew Jacobson, had a steer that came out of the last class of the day and ended up to win the whole shebang. So we're at the end, but we don't count them out.
Definitely don't count them out. No, let's see. How many we got out there? There's
4. Looks like we
fours.
might have had a scratch or
Supposed
two.
to be 7. Or 6.
6.
Sorry, 6 steers. I don't see any more coming.
Nope, I do not either. I'm guessing can't see the exhibitor numbers, but I know that's the Moorfield girl there, and the one girl, maybe this Ross calf, is not here. And then I can't see the front of the lineup, I guess, exactly. Looks like there's one boy, so one of these boys is probably
either Wyatt or
a
Cole's not there.
scratch. Oh, look, here we go.
There we go. Oh, there they come.
Asking you shall receive. All right.
We have a complete class now.
There you
6
go.
head.
Axton Ross is coming in, as well as Wyatt Roan. So now we have 6 head. Young men, right on time. We rolling through the classes pretty promptly again today. Very efficient. So glad they got here just in time.
They made it. Well, we observed this class. We'll go back again and talk about the weekend of the Haberger Memorial Show that we've been telling you guys. Hopefully you can join us. I did find out who the judge is on Sunday. I was text messaged and told Tucker Mittag will be judging the Webster County show.
Okay, there you have it. Going through my notes here of what we did yesterday, trying to get lined up for our eventual champion drive. I took good notes. Looks like I may have forgot to write down one or two things.
Well, we'll get through
We'll
it.
figure it out when they come back in here. All right, last class of the day here, rolling around the curve. White-legged calf, nice smooth-made black calf. Boy, this red dude's a stud, isn't he? Burly,
He
huge
is
legs.
stout, big
Nice
bones,
black calf
lots of
here,
body,
also
big
right
back.
behind him.
Another powerful.
That's the pair. That young lady just showed a calf that won the class or two ago.
Brought some good ones.
Brought the heat to town.
We were talking about pot roast earlier. One of the best, there's a lot of good things the weekend of our show there in Webster City, but one of the best parts is the Hamilton County cattlemen's making those steak sandwiches.
Those guys do a great job, don't they?
Those are good.
I don't know about you, but I'm getting excited to see our breed cattle come back. I mean, not to shorten this crossbred deal up, but I keep having flashbacks to the calves I saw yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. And you've already declared the Char to be in the top 5, so there's 4
Yeah,
spots
let's
available.
hope he looks fresh and cool today. Took the night well. All of them, all those exhibitors that had a breed champion or reserve yesterday. Let's hope their cattle overnighted well and are going to look full and fresh and good when they hit the ring here in a little bit. As we said, we'll select our champion breeding heifer first, so stick right on here and we'll talk you through that one. And then right after that, clear the ring and bring in our market animals. Starting our pulls here. Young man with the white halter is going to come first. Probably grab the baldy calf.
Sure been a fun morning. It's only about 10:30. We've seen a lot of good cattle though in the last 2.5 hours.
They've rolled them right through. Obviously been efficient. I don't know. I should have probably talked to the show officials. I'm not sure exactly on the number of market animals or breeding heifers exhibited here. Maybe the numbers aren't easy, buddy. Got a calf going a little unruly. Young man's doing a good job hanging on.
He is hanging on. Yep, there we go. Get
There,
rid of the
get
show
rid of
stick.
that stick.
Yep.
We talked about
That's
that
how
yesterday.
we do that. 2 hands on the grip.
Calf definitely doesn't look wild or anything. I think he's
we just got a little
playing, feeling fresh, and
sometimes the show stick itself,
yeah, it can be a
in their
something
face
flashing and yeah. So.
All right, let's get you up on the market.
So we've been doing this for a while. Like I said, when's the last? I mean, this has never happened before. Where I was alluding to it just on numbers. So I don't know what the numbers are really shook, but that we have never had the heifer breeding heifer side get done before the steers.
Normally
That's
it's the
never
opposite.
happened. Yes,
So
exactly.
they definitely rolled through those girls, but we saw many times where the ring was full on those championships. So they had a lot of classes on those popular breeds.
Taking another walk here with the black calf and the dark red steer.
Yes, those steers are very similar to each other.
Well, both those cattle are 1,100 pound plus, so they're very stout and burly.
Yes, they are.
Hey, this is good though. I mean, this is the last class that we said 1,170 pounds was the heaviest one here in this class. There's been expos where we've had classes of more than one calf over 1,200, so nothing over 1,200 here this year. And I don't remember a lot of times there's classes at the front side too where there's some 400 or 500 pounders. I think when we start today, can we look back? Yeah, class 1 was 700 pounds. So eliminated the lightweights, kind of toned down the big ones, just get a more uniform group from start
Yeah.
to finish.
A lot of impressive steers been through the ring today.
Yeah.
But like you say, keep thinking back to yesterday and thinking of some of those. And yeah, it's going to be
It's going to be fun.
Very high quality group out here at the end of the day.
Taking again some extra time here, doing some talking in the ring, and just going back and forth on that pair of cattle.
They're starting to take down some of those sponsorship signs. We better shout them out as they bring them down.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Sunglow Feeds, Schaefer Tice Cattle. We've been trying to highlight a lot of the sponsors as we've gone through the weekend here because obviously without their support, we wouldn't be here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It was nice that you were able to have that chat with Bart Elder, highlight the premier sponsor. Good to see their company's going the right way, trending in terms of adding more jobs to.
Yeah, that's awesome. Stimulate our local economy
Iowa
here.
economy.
And as he said, that's a local Iowa business. It's still family owned and operated, and that's awesome to see. So, and then they just, they continue to grow because they have great products. Like that's just what it boils down to.
That's how that works.
If you don't have a good product, you're not going to have a good business. And those guys definitely have great products. Kind of all started, as Bart said, back in the day with the balers, and then eventually morphed into some other stuff along the way. But they do a great job, and it's great to see success they have and how they give back to the.
Yeah, they got one of their manure spreaders.
Well, as we get to the end of the show here, we've got a really nice pair of steers up on the top of this class, and there's some trade-offs between them. We like both these steers a pretty good deal. I think they're both cattle that have a tremendous amount to offer. This steer right here is a long-fronted, good-fronted one that as the class wears on here, this thing is the one that just kind of pieces it together. Terms the way his shoulder lays onto his rib cage, the strength right behind his blade there, in the way he's just a shade trimmer in terms of how I read him through his lower 1/3, and I think they're both just broad, massive type of cattle there. This steer, when he first came in, he got a little up underneath himself, moving. It was a little amped up, but I don't think it's a huge deal as he settled in here. But he definitely does not have the timber underneath of him at this one back here does. This red calf, he has got big legs, and he has got soft joints to him, and he is heavy structured. I love that about him, no doubt. You get right up on top of the steer and how he feeds right out of his blade there. He's not quite as big and fresh as that calf. He's got just a little more of a pronounced kind of head and neck to him, but those are little bitty subtle things. I love the feet and legs of this steer right here, just how heavy they are. Just trim him up, make him just a shade more athletic on the upper side of his skeleton, but those are awesome cattle there. This steer here got in a good class. He's a big, extended, level-made steer that's got a sharp look up front. He's a little restricted in terms of his movement. He gets just a little tighter. He needs to have a little more mass to him. I end up going with this kind of thick-made black and white one here next. He's got a little more than the one right in front of him. He is a steer, though, that just structurally speaking is not quite as sound or comfortable. Then we're going to go with this big Baldy here that's heavy structured. He just doesn't have the balance and eye appeal, the quality of those first few there. And then we're going to close with this gray one here that's thick and stout and square. One, though, that maybe just gets a little rigid moving to, and then just doesn't fit everything together in a good challenging class. Good job to everybody there.
Absolutely. Good job there. Great way to end the crossbred show. Again, winning that class, Emma Moorfield, and second to Ada Lund. So we talked about this a little bit yesterday. We hadn't seen it, but this situation's going to arise now. Emma Moorfield has class winner in our first class at Division 3, and now she wins class.
So which one's she
4.
coming in?
Yeah, which one's she going to lead back in?
Let's see. Let me think back.
That was the class. That was right when Bart got here. That was the class. That first class winner was that really wide structured, big middled one. Remember him?
Yes.
So looks like going to send her teammate in on that one. Okay. She's going to stick with the class 4. So coming in now, again, Emma Moorfield, Class 2, Kentley Lonigan. Out of Class 3, coming down the ramp is Samantha Steinbraun. And again, out of our last class, Emma Moorfield. This is the first time we've seen off today, and I'm not even sure for quite a while, that a division championship in the crossbred division where we didn't have a cream or a gold colored calf.
Ones, yeah.
No. The class winners anyway.
Man, that's a stout lineup there.
Yeah, that's the big boys come to town. Just got confirmation here. The class 4 winner came from our buddy Nelson England out in Illinois. Here comes our second place class winners, and there's obviously some color there. We had a white-legged one, a smoky, and then that red steer, but this is the first time I can remember not having at least one cream or gold-colored calf in the first place lineup.
So you're betting on black then?
Yeah, put it on black. Black 17, as Tom says.
That's Tommy's number.
Black 17. All right, great group here. Fun to watch these guys work through them. Okay, immediately following this class, this division championship here, we will pick our champion crossbred steer. Following that, 30 minutes following that, we will have our supreme heifer drive. And in between that time, we'll probably give the judges a chance to maybe get a swig of water and use facilities if they need to, and then we'll get them for a quick little recap and dissertation of their time here at the Iowa Beef Expo in the market side. So before we pick our champion heifer, we'll have a chance to talk to these judges. So stay tuned.
Stay with us.
I know in some of these previous divisions, we've, kind of had maybe a personal favorite or found the way that we thought they would maybe lean. And I don't know, this is an awful good group of steers. I don't know, do you have to me, I guess I don't have a clear cut favorite. I don't know.
I
What do you
don't
think?
either. I'd have to be down in there on these. It's just a really solid group all the way through.
Tight group.
All 4 of those, and on that front row, you could, go on and on about the things you like about them.
Yep. But all those steers kind of fit the mold of what they've talked about all day. Obviously, dense made cattle, they keep using those phrases, and just dense and wide and burly, and then still good looking and ultimately flexible.
And here we go. We're going to get that opportunity to see them
see some
go out
flexibility.
again. Let's see what we got. Maybe we can start to find our favorites. That first steer is definitely that one you talked about, how wide he was, and he's got a lot of depth. He hits me just really deep ribbed, soggy type of a calf. I don't know if he's got the most amount of muscle though in this particular lineup.
I don't know. None of these cattle are light muscled, obviously.
They're not light, but I'm just saying.
Young lady there showing that calf. You don't see that every day. She's got one of the fancy show sticks, got the Navajo Indian print on it or something, just a little bit different than the standard black issue.
Second steer is definitely very shapely.
Yep.
He's maybe not quite as extended as.
He's got a birthmark on his tail or something there.
Yeah, it's kind of neat. The third steer, kind of fighting around the corner here, but man, that one is really good ribbed, really powerful.
Big hairy legs.
When he cooperates, he's pretty soft on him.
Yeah, he's one to fight the halter. Right at the ground, it looks like they do such a good job building his legs, but he doesn't maybe look as big and dinner plate footed as some of these other ones. Right at the ground.
Steer out of that last class, man, he's stout. That young lady's got the 2 steers out there, you said?
Yeah, the first one in the lineup, and then this one here. So hopefully you guys can see there. The one in the middle of your screen right now, that is Kentley Lonigan. That was Class 2 winner. Young lady there in the red shirt, Samantha Steinbraun. Well, 2 things we know for sure. Division 3 champion will be a black calf shown by a young lady.
There you go. You got that. I don't know. They keep looking at the steer out of the last class. I think they like that one. I know they do. Is he the one they're
Yeah,
towards?
I mean, like I said, I don't think there's a wrong way to go. Be interesting to see how they break them down.
Oh, they're eyeing that red steer second in that class, giving him another look.
Yeah,
Talk it
that's a
over.
heck of a calf. Kind of a lull has went over the crowd here. Got quiet again.
Big moment in the show. We're going to have several more big moments to follow as after this, we come in for our crossbred championship. Is that correct?
Correct.
So there'll be 2 crossbreds that go to the final drive for the top 5. Overall, we'll see who gets those big, beautiful banners hanging on the
Absolutely.
fence.
Obviously, the crossbred division was stacked, but it's always, I like it that we just limit it to 2 crossbreds and give the breed cattle, instead of just letting 5 crossbreds breed the top 5. Right, wrong, or indifferent. I like it.
Spread the wealth, he says.
I'm not a communist. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, a true top 5 technically could come out of the same class.
Well, they could.
But that's part of the game.
Yeah, that's the gamemanship.
Picking how you're going to show your calf. Are you
Yep.
going to show it as a breed if you have papers? Or are you going to show it in the crossbreds? That's
Yep.
part of the
Exactly right.
competition.
Exactly right.
And don't forget about the market heifers.
No, we don't ever forget about them.
That's how we ended our day yesterday with an excellent market heifer division, as usual.
Absolutely. A lot of color in that class division.
Here we go. We're going to find out shortly on Division 3.
Well, another division here that, man, there's some impressive bovines out in front of us with a lot of neat stuff. And so, hey, I know, again, it's been a cold morning and people have been up early dressing these things and taking care of them. And I know all that is tough. But I understand the emotions. I mean, every one of these calves, I'm sure, has a story. I mean, every one of these, as good as they are, were a special calf when they came out were born in whoever's place, and I get that, and I don't want to run down anybody's stuff or anything like that. You came to the Beef Expo to look through them and see your stock shown, and you see your kids out here, and you know that you got a good one. Boy, the water is deep here. We're done. There's no more calves to come in, but I have never went to a prospect steer show with this many good calves. I'm blown away today, and they've been phenomenal. And I'm not saying that; I'm just saying that as a whole show. We're going to talk some more, and I'm going to try to give you my read. This steer out of the first class is absolutely one we like a lot. I like them stout. I mean, they're steers, and I mean, this thing is got one of the biggest rumps and just stoutest, widest made things I've probably seen. I love just you almost in sheep talk about progression of width. I mean, that thing is stout and genuine and square, and yet he's still got a crazy cool look over here from the profile. He gets out and goes. He takes a really long step off either end of his structure, which I think is awesome. 2 things: he's a nickel planer in his head there, and then to me, he gets just a little like lower shouldered and maybe runs downhill just a shade there from the side. If you want to be very, very critical, when he first came in, he was a little amped up and was getting a little wide there, but I think he's settled into himself some now, and I don't know if I'm super concerned about that. I like him to be square and wide from behind, but he was a little wound up when we first came in the ring. But that's a good calf. This steer out of the second class, unique things. from a proportionality standpoint, his neck, the length of it, where it comes up out of his shoulder to the length of side, there's just some neat parts and pieces there that you put together in a calf. He's alert, and he runs around here, and he is, I'm not saying his angles are 100%, but he's just athletic when he goes, and I like that. We're concerned if you just kind of gaze out here across, this calf's a little lower set to the ground, is where we would, just projecting him out from a frame size standpoint. He probably fit in more with the ones in the previous division, something that Stock and I talked about there. And I would probably give this calf just a little more feature to match his giant hip. That was another really good calf that was second over there. That was just dense and stout and powerful, but just not quite as wild up there about his neck. This calf, he's a good old steer. He is. He's thick. He's wide. He's stout. He's putting finish on him. There's some kind of tricked out stuff standing all around him here, and maybe not quite got the extras, the unique kind of look that there is in a few of these. Then we got this last pair of steers here, and this calf right here, the longer he has been in the ring, the better and better he gets. Now he's kind of, when this young lady gets him parked and gets his back down right there, you can't draw a heavyweight steer much better here from the profile. He's got a stout head and front end that's got length and cleanliness to it. He's got an awesome body type, and yet he's very, very thick and stout and powerful down his top. We mentioned it. He kind of gets a little bit up underneath of himself when he'll go there. I think product of him, he just kind of runs on you just a little bit. And then at times, he's not quite as just powerful at the base of his stifle as he is right up there out of his hip. And so those are the little details that we see on that calf. The red steer over there on the other side of things, when he first hit the ring, I really liked him because his feet are gigantic, and he was still a little fresher, and he's just loose and rugged in his construction over there. The longer he's out here, he starts to come apart a little in his top line, and just in terms of his head and front end, gets just a little plainer there. But boy, that is one thick, stout, big hind leg on that red calf, and absolutely is right up here in discussion. So I talked about the ones that we liked, and I apologize for taking a little while longer. But man, when you bring cattle like this to the show, they deserve to have some recognition. Awesome division. Let's put our hands together for these showmen, and we're going to go get us a couple of them.
All right, there you have it, Mr. Ernst. That was a full breakdown on the front row. We dug into the second row on one. What do you think?
Great comments again. Well, if you can tie into a calf and you just say he keeps getting better and better the longer he's out there, and then you break down the calf that stands second to him, say it's going to be tough to beat him.
Here we go.
There you have it. Last class of the day.
Don't count them out.
Exactly. Emma Moorfield, congratulations to her. I'm pretty positive here. This won't be a situation like we see in the sheep deals where she drops the halter and races to the front of the line to go grab the other calf.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to do that.
No, she won't. Congratulations to her. That's a heck of a calf. Ada Lund bringing her the dark red steer there, coming into your screen in second place to her in that last class.
They like him an awful lot.
Yeah, remember, just talked about his stoutness and power at the ground. And again, even that class, we talked how those, you said, those cattle fit together pretty nice. Be fun to see those three division winners back out here. Obviously, weight divisions, but just to see that calf there, how much more massive and dense and burly he is than the
when we get him next
two
to
previous divisions.
There is a chance that the young lady could have Grand Am reserve here.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know. That'd be good. Some Expo history, too. Has that ever happened at the end of the day? Grand Am reserve overall?
With the same exhibitor, I am not sure, but it just happened right now.
Yeah, champion division anyway. Good job, Emma Moorfield. Champion in reserve, Division 3 crossbred steers.
That's pretty cool.
We'll see those dudes right back here in a second when we bring our division champions in. for our champion crossbred
Yes,
steer
it's
at
gonna
the
be good. It's gonna be
2026 Iowa Beef Expo.
I know we're not supposed to talk about sheep because they're getting in trouble, but
Yeah.
the judge, he talked about it. Did you hear
He
when
did.
he
He
was
brought
breaking
him
down
up.
that reserve steer?
Yeah,
He said, in
wedges
sheep,
the
we
right
talk
way.
about
Yep.
progression and width, and that's what I like in livestock. Of course, get a wedge-shaped animal, wider as they go back.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Gonna give him a second, get them lined up here, and we'll bring them in. 3 division winners selected for our champion crossbred steer. And again, once we pick our champion crossbred, 30 minutes after that, we'll have our supreme heifer drive, followed by the market steers. Division 1 champion in the ring now, Mr. Barrett Manning. Division 2 champion entering the ring after him, Chloe Rogers with Mr. Cool Whip. And out of our last class here, coming down the ramp, probably get a little fresh comb job.
Cool Whip's looking fresh there.
Here he comes, Emma Morfield.
Cool Whip's looking fresh.
Reserve out of Division 1 is, where are my notes here? Did I get lost? I did get lost. Yeah, Kenley Fukin was reserve. Carson Dugan was reserve out of Division 2. And again, Emma Morfeld out of Division 3 with the reserve.
Those are some high-quality steers out in front of us.
How much fun would it be to go to your barn every day and feed those two dudes and wash
fun
them?
to work on any of them. Oh yeah, she's got them both. That would be a good day at the office.
We witnessed Emma Warfield from their amateur championship.
But she went in on the right one.
Yeah.
Didn't she?
She
We're
did.
talking about that. Which one is she going to come in on? Well, the champion.
I had that situation happen one time. Had a pair of steers we took to the Clay County Fair in the feeder calf division. And that's, they used to have a pretty big show there. Anyway, I won 2 different, well, actually, they were both in the same class. This is what happened. They were both in the same class. So I had a young lady help me.
Yep.
Well, she ended up winning the class and I was second.
Yep.
So when we went back in for the champion drive, instead of like taking the calf that won, I just let her keep that calf.
That's the way to do it.
He ended up being champion. I ended up being reserve. Don't know if the judge knew it was the same exhibit or not, but didn't want to plant that seed in his head.
Right. You didn't need to point it out to him.
I know you and I judge enough. Again, not to talk about sheep, but it's where I see it prevalent in the sheep deal. A kid will win something and then they just race right back in there and grab the other.
Sometimes it can cause a little scene.
I don't care for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Leave whoever brought it into the ring, just let them stay on it.
If you need somebody to show for you, if you trust them enough to show your animal, let them show your animal. All right, here we go. As we talked about, champion crossbreds, Division 1, 2, and 3. They've been highly complimentary of all 3 of these steers in their individual divisions. So it'd be fun to listen to them talk about them as they break them down here in a second.
We got 3 excellent choices for the champion, and obviously we'll slide one of those over into contention for reserve. So
with that 3rd division steer there, I mean, he's just like a statue. When she parks him, like he does his job. He's there. A couple of these other steers, throughout the day have wiggled or whatever. Like he's there and he's set and he's means business.
don't count Cool Whip out.
I'm not counting Cool Whip out. He had some, as Parker said, some unique parts that are hard to build in livestock, and not to whatever. He's going to pick the best one he likes, but I've picked up that he is partial to some white or silverish type cattle here throughout the last couple of days.
I can say I've never just grabbed a spoon and eaten the Cool Whip by itself. Like he was talking
you
about.
haven't?
I mean, if it's on, I love slapping it on my pie. I never just eat it straight like you.
Oh, I have several times since I was a kid.
I can't say I've never had, sprayed the can of.
Oh yeah, you need to come to our house. My kids love the Cool Whip. Grandma Dixie and Grip Chris, they've spoiled our kids. We have the can now all the time, and so we'll go to the fridge and get the little squirt in the mouth.
I prefer to have my pumpkin pie with my Cool Whip.
Well, there you go. Decker, my son, 5 years old, he looks for a reason to eat Cool Whip anytime he can. The other night he was begging for Cool Whip while we were eating pizza. I said, no, Cool Whip's for dessert. He's like, well, I want it with my pizza. I was like, here's the deal. If I put it on your pizza, that's fine, but
You're
you
gonna
have to eat it.
Yep.
He did. He ate the whole piece of pizza, crust and all, because it had Cool Whip on it, and just grinned and said how much he loved it.
That's funny.
Stubborn.
Yep, he was gonna show you.
He was. Then he did. Any crazy combinations you've come up with over the years, food wise? My daughter,
Not as
she's kind of
crazy as you.
outgrown it now, but when we'd go to restaurants, she would take French fries, dip them in ketchup, then dip them in applesauce, then eat it.
Oh, that does not sound good.
I mean, either. You're a ranch guy, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm a big ranch guy. I remember when I'm a big sauce guy in general, but I remember when we were kids, you were the one who was like mixing Heinz
Oh yeah,
57 with
mix all your sauces together. Yeah.
You were the one that taught me some of those tricks.
That was my favorite thing when Grandma and Grandpa take us to Burger King.
Yeah, so we go to Burger King,
get
mix the
one of
sauces.
every sauce and mix it together in the
Yep.
tray. You betcha.
All right, they're ready to roll here.
All right. Well, we're going to get it, our crossbred show wrapped up here by 11 a.m. Man, this has been as fun a 3 hours of judging as I've had in a long time. And there's a lot of cattle that came through the ring today that could certainly make us look silly, and I hope you do. That's great. Go home, and I always say, tell our judging teams this: sometimes when you win, you really lose, and sometimes when you lose, you really win. And if it motivates you in the right way and you got beat, hey, that's awesome. Learn from it and go on. But there were some absolute units that came through the ring today, and you're looking at the cream of the crop right here. And these steers would be fun, and I wish you all the best of luck. Them lightweight cattle up here, they're been a little tired from being up so early this morning, but for a little steer there, that's some big legs and a big hind leg there, a really muscular one over there. These middleweights, that was a crazy good division, and I told you I was overwhelmed with this white one here. Is he perfect and 100%? But he does things. I'm a positive evaluator. I look for the good, and that thing does things that are just crazy unique, and you can breed show steers for a long time and not get them to put that kind of stuff together there. A real big bone, stout one over there, and then we got these two big husky black ones back here that are just look like good feed and fat steers, and they got a lot of positives as well. I mean, this calf right here, now he's finally got settled in. I mean, that's pretty hard to do at a heavyweight steer, to be at this composition, this kind of look, that kind of just wow factor to him. And so this is an awesome lineup. We're going to take another look and see these things, but we think this was incredible today, and I wish we could take 10 of these out of here, because there were so many really, really good steers in this division. Congratulations. If you're standing up here and you come to watch your kid, your relative, or your calf, or your crew, man, just know if you like greatness and you like to challenge yourself, you're sitting here looking at it. Put your hands together. This is a fun day.
Sunday fun day. You think they had their mind made up, or they're going to just figure it out now?
I think they know. Here we go.
Whitey, cool whip.
Cool.
Whip it up.
Whip.
Whip it good.
Got him.
Congratulations, Chloe Rogers, Division II champion.
Champion crossbred.
Carson Dugan pulling in for reserve contention. Well, he said it. We've said it before. That calf, is he 100% absolutely perfect? Nope. There has never been a calf that's 100% perfect.
right.
But the cool parts and pieces that he brings to the table.
Reserve.
Emma
No surprise
Moorfield.
there.
Congratulations to those two young ladies. We will see
I
them back
liked how
here.
he mentioned, he's a positive evaluator. That's something you and I both talk about
Right.
when we're sorting them. We like to focus on the positive, and some judges perhaps maybe want to just really get picky and critique and hammer on the
If
things.
yeah, and we've had that discussion many times. If you're just sorting for the things that are wrong with them, and if you're looking for the things that are wrong with them, I think you're missing the big picture. Because as Parker's alluded to, it's hard to raise these things.
When it
It's hard
comes
care
to getting
for 'em.
forages
A lot
put up,
goes
the most
into it.
important thing
So
for
let's be
us is
positive
getting
and
it done
reward the
as
kids and
quickly,
breeders
as
for the good
efficiently
things they're doing.
as possible. And that's largely dictated by the equipment that you're using. So we've really focused the last 5 to 10 years on looking out in the industry and finding the best, most efficient equipment that we can find out there. If you don't have equipment that's reliable and that runs well when you get it in the field and stays running, you're going to have a hard time. Vermeer products are a big reason that we can get more done.
Check out the ad from Vermeer on your screen there.
There you
showing
go.
some of their equipment.
Get
in
equipped
action.
to get your stuff done.
Hello, hello. Testing. Yep, you can hear me now. So, guys, stay on here because as soon as we have the opportunity, we're going to bring our judges over, hopefully, and visit with them. So, just keep your volume up if you would. Definitely will be fun to pick their brains a little bit. Okay, folks, if you can hear me out there in internet land, we have our two judges close by, and here in just a moment, we're going to do a quick interview with them, pick their brains just a little bit as we get set to roll here in a little bit. Of course, for our championship drive, we'll be selecting your top 5 market animals here in a little bit with these two fine gentlemen that are with us. So hang on the line. I just wanted to get on the horn here and let everybody know we're about to do this. All right, I'm going to hand the mic over to Noel here, and he's going to start the process. We have our judges with us. Thanks for being with us, guys.
Okay, here we go. I've got Dr. Parker Henley with us and Stock Martin. So you guys turned in some great bios to us. We read those, everybody, several times, so we won't kind of go over those again. But just talk to us here about just your first impressions when you walk in here and just kind of how things started off yesterday.
Well, I would say that my first impression was, oh gosh, I'm gonna have to get my wit up here to judge across from Jake Bloomberg all day, and that was definitely the case. He was lapping me there a little bit, but I had to keep up with him. We had a good, fast-paced, fun, upbeat show yesterday. The cattle were great. I mean, they, as you'd expect when you come to Iowa, there's always really good stuff. So it was a blast. It's a great venue. It's an awesome opportunity to see some great cattle.
Awesome.
Well, I think for me, it was just a really good eye-opening experience, and I can't thank Parker enough for allowing me the opportunity to be his associate and talk some classes and build up a vocabulary and kind of just a feel for how these shows really, to keep the crowd involved, to keep the guys in the back that are fitting them, to keep everybody in tune to kind of what you're after. You don't have to describe them like you would anything else, in a livestock judging contest. We're out here picking cattle that we like. We're talking about them together as if we're going out there in the pasture sale and trying to buy this calf, and then describing it to the people out there like we would ourselves or to anybody else. And I think that's a key too. It was fun. First impression was just wow. It's Iowa Beef Expo for one. It's an awesome experience. They put on a great show, class act, and for a guy from Texas, we think we got it going on all the time, but there's 1 million, 2 million calves all across the country that are showing everywhere else, and it's just an awesome event. And I was really blessed to have and fortunate to have the opportunity to be up here. It was awesome.
Well, we are definitely glad to have both of you here. We sure appreciate you being here. Start off yesterday, jumped right in the Simmentals, but as you work through those breeds and then today in the crossbreds, like just the cattle themselves, what'd you guys see and what'd you guys think of those?
Yeah, I mean there were lots of different kinds, right? Like if you came into this show and you didn't know exactly what you like, I mean it could have been a little challenging, right? Like Stock and I like stout, square, genuine ones that have muscle and some kind of crazy cool things. I mean, that's what we were looking for. We weren't here. I mean, if you like them pretty, sound, in neat parts, I mean, you could have done a few different things. When you get into them big, good shows like that, you get to pick the kinds you like. And a lot of shows that you judge, the show dictates what the champions are. But I thought this one's good enough where your type and kind can kind of dictate which way you go there. And I wouldn't argue with somebody. They went some other ways. We're just very confident in what we like. And that's what we tried to pick all the way through the day.
Awesome. But you did a great job of that. And also, we've heard you a couple of times say, well, this is our type and kind. And if you like the one in second, whatever. And so appreciate you guys doing that. But you guys did set the tone, and we said that right away yesterday.
I mean, you guys are so consistent. We were able to sit up here and we could pretty much almost know which one you're going to lean towards because you stayed consistent with. We knew you were going to want that extra base width and obviously all the things, but we appreciate that watching every class, talking through. I personally appreciated your comments about how you talked to being a positive evaluator. Noel and I get to judge some shows, and we are the same type of guys. We want to focus on the positive things and not just pick these things all the way down.
I'll make comment to that. Hey, I agree. I get it. I'm a livestock judging coach, and we get a bad rap sometimes because we all want to break animals down and tell everybody how smart we are and all the negatives that we can see in them. But you know, if you breed these things, and I'm not saying I do stock, that's why I brought him along to judge with me, so I had a little credibility. I wasn't just a guy in the office here. But I also know, hey, when you get those things, those ones that have them cool parts, I think we need to pick cattle off the good, not always the bad, and just trying to find fault-free ones. I think that's important too. You gotta. I mean, I'm not trying to say that's the exact thing, but cattle can't have major issues, but a collection of little things doesn't need to beat one that's got big, big positives. So that's the way I look at it anyway. I don't know. Stock?
They're just so hard to make. We're breeding these things, we're spending money. A lot of these guys back there, especially me at home too, this is our livelihood. This is what we make our money off of. And our best calf is not always going to be fault free. A fault free one is very complete. A high seller, a grand champion is not going to be the most complete. He's going to be the most unique. And I think that there's things that you can nitpick, little things here and there that are differences, but you got to go out there and explain it to everybody and tell them, this is why we did it, and we're going to break them down on these little things, but this is what we preferred. And I think that's good for the industry just as a whole to use the ones, that everybody's trying to, they're working real hard to make these things. So let's not go out there and just beat them down because somebody bought that calf for good money for a reason, and you don't want them to get a bad experience or say, man, I don't want to spend any more money showing cattle, because all they're going to do is just tell me how bad my calf is. So positive evaluations, big deal.
That's a great point. Well, thanks for joining us, guys. We're going to let you, get a little bit more of a break here before you guys are about to have a lot of fun. This top 5 is going to be really fun to watch.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, appreciate you coming. Appreciate your comments. You guys have kept it light, but we appreciate it. You guys broke them all down and described them accurately. So good luck to you in the grand drive. There you go. That was comments from our judges. Appreciate them, and really good breakdown with what they kind of saw. So fun to talk to those guys.
Yes, thank you very much. Stay with us. Championships are coming soon.
It's all folks should come on. This would be internet.
We don't have a sheet.
Names will pop on here.
Just read it out loud. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can do that.
Watch.
Okay, cool. All right. There you go. We should be able to send the link.
4, the anniversary out.
All right, gang, here we go. Getting ready to start the heifer show. So we have obviously been on the steer side. We don't have all our notes 100% on the heifer side. But we're going to keep you in tune as best we can as they come in the ring. Not sure exactly what order they showed this heifer, but coming down the ramp, here we come. So our champion Charlet percentage heifer is going to start in first. That was exhibited by Caitlin Sullivan. Reserve in that division was exhibited by Henley Holdgraffer. Next division coming in was the purebred Charlets. That was exhibited by Addison Sweeney.
And following in with the reserve champion Charlet, Bristol Gerdes.
Champion Key Heifer was exhibited by Ava Long. Our champion Horned Hereford exhibited by Carly Schonbacher. Just entering the ring here on your screen there in the white vest.
And following in with the reserve Horned Hereford, McKenna Rogers exhibiting that.
Champion Pulled Hereford exhibited by Copeland Paulson. Apologies just a little bit. The way the camera is coming through is not going to match the audio right away, but we will get there. Champion Limflex Heifer exhibited by Dane Fraker.
Do you have the reserve Limflex from Addison Sweeney coming through here?
Champion Limousine Heifer exhibited by Caden Olson.
That reserve Limousine is Dawson Book.
Young man coming in the ring right now is your champion High Main. That is Braden Tabor.
The reserve High Main is from Copeland Paulson.
Main Angus division, your champion is exhibited by Jack Wiley.
That reserve Main Angus
Was Riley Short, I believe. Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Champion maintainer Oakland Swartz. Reserve maintainer was Kinsey Coffee.
There it's on the screen.
There you go.
Okay.
Getting to our Red Angus division next. Champion Foundation Red, Hallie Voigt.
And Cora Schneider has the reserve Foundation Red Angus.
Purebred Red Angus coming in next. Your champion was exhibited by Lane Johnson.
And the reserve Red Angus, Marianne Hartow. Hartow.
Next young lady coming down the ramp here is your Shorthorn Plus exhibitor. That is Clara Bremer. I guess the reserve's not coming.
Okay. It was Cheyenne Obrick, not in ring room.
Cole Snyder is exhibitor for your champion shorthorn female. See her coming in the ring at this moment with the blue shirt there.
Sounds like Ty Johnson's coming in with the reserve champion shorthorn.
Percentage Simmental is the next breed. That is Lane Johnson exhibiting that one.
And our reserve percentage Simmental is Brock Studer.
Carver Pryor exhibited our champion purebred Simmental heifer this year.
And the reserve purebred Simmental, Simon Thorson.
Black Hereford is the next breed coming in. That is exhibited by Declan Lundgren. Followed up by our mini Herefords. The champion there exhibited by Wyatt Long.
Reserve is Hudson Walter with the reserve mini.
Champion Angus heifer this morning exhibited by Brock Studer.
Reserve champion Angus, Cameron Colbert.
Brecken Udell exhibits our champion commercial heifer this year.
The reserve commercial heifer is Maya Curran, and what a lineup that just entered the ring. We're filling her up.
There you go. Okay, so we got through that. We didn't have great paperwork there, but here we are. Hey, this is awesome lineup, and you probably the same way trying to focus on announcing these kids when they came in, but boy, a few of them things hit a guy pretty hard when they hit the ring, huh?
Yeah, they got them dialed in. True females, flat-shouldered, feminine, big-body girls walking by.
Obviously high quality stuff. Looked like that main breed was really tough. Most of the champion reserve when they came in caught my eye. Obviously the Simmental is very competitive.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch through this.
Got a ring full of them. Lots of breeds in the heifer division.
So our judges are going to work through these girls and get us a top 5 Supreme Champion Reserve.
Yes, sir. This is going to be a fun one to watch. Obviously, as we said, we haven't been paying a whole lot of attention to the heifer side of the ring, but big ring full of just high quality females here. Be fun to watch when they get them going here in another circle and kind of watch them parade around.
Yep, we got those center partitions taken down. Nice big show ring to use.
Full ring. So as we watch our heifer judges work through the ring there in your view right now, the young man there in the green coat is Jake Bloomberg. His associate here this weekend helping him out in the vest is Bernard Osmus. And sounds like from our little conversation with Mr. Holkamp, who's doing the heifer side of the deal, those two guys doing a great job over there. And again, as we've talked about, the relationship with the steer judges, kind of the banner back and forth. I think all 4 of the judges have certainly appreciated their time here and having a good fun run at it.
Yeah, it's got to be fun. You know, obviously a well-organized show with great staffing. As a judge, they make it easy on the judge, and then the really fun part, just sorting through all the high-quality animals.
Absolutely. Yeah, lots of high-quality ones out here. And again, when you get this many in there, and we weren't really watching, it's hard to know which breed is which exactly, but pretty consistent look across the board. Through all these breeds.
Looks like a lot of heifers that have some frame and some size to them. They obviously have a lot of look. Again, feminine and through that front third, but still have a lot of body and capacity behind them. But as we've been mentioning a couple times over the weekend, just a different type and set of cattle than what we see in the market show. Obviously, there's a lot of contrast in today's show ring between the breeding and the market side.
Yep.
Not like the olden days when we were showing, when there's a little more crossover.
Take her out of the commercials and run her to the market heifers quick. Looks like the young man there with the short horn heifer's probably got the closest thing to that in terms of just foot size and bone work and, squareness and power. But a lot of cool ones out here. Like I said, it's going to be fun to see them put into motion and be able to study them as they walk around the ring. There's a good view. You can kind of see them lined up in the middle.
2026 Iowa Beef Expo. We're getting towards the conclusion of things here on the 50th anniversary. Sure been a fun weekend.
And man there in the middle of your screen with the cowboy hat on, that I believe is the champion Simmental female. Right ahead of her would have been the percentage Simmental.
Thank you once again to all the great sponsors. Make sure you guys, can help support the sponsors and do business with them if you're able to.
Absolutely. So the young man there at the end of that second lineup there, was that the commercial or was that the Angus? I think they said that was the Angus.
I believe that's Angus.
Yeah, that's an awful nice Angus heifer. As we saw, it was a big Angus show earlier, but more conventional probably, in terms of moderation of frame and still,
smooth.
Yeah, smooth and not just a big feminine fine boned Angus. She's got some stuff to her.
That's fine, but one crowd.
Mr. Hooks telling us his opinions of the ring. So we're lining them up in the middle at the moment. So
trying to make it friendly for the crowd.
Yeah,
members
so judges
see
can
the
see them,
camera,
but
which is
still
good. Good point.
The audience can take a look. I would assume we're still going to walk them around once, maybe.
I would imagine. Kind of up to the judges. Maybe at this point they're confident they've seen them move enough.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Maybe they do a pre-sort. I don't know. Looks like Jake and Bernie having a little discussion there. So, again, don't know all these breeds by heart, but just a impressive lineup. Looks like these mains, again, were very tough. The Simmental divisions look very, very tough. Nice Charolais composite heifer. Looks like they started their day with yesterday. And so, here we go.
The opportunity just to share my opinion, whatever that means. I got to give a thanks to my family and Dangshire, my hired man, Levi, for taking care of things at home. It's given me the opportunity to come to Iowa and work with the kids and give you my opinion and me and Bernie's opinion of the livestock today. We pick them on how I evaluate and how he evaluates, and what would probably be the first ones I'd like to bring home, and which ones that would probably do the most for my program, and hopefully they benefit the kids here as well. This is what it's all about. Hopefully they can have this as a learning experience, not only in the show ring, but also potentially breeding heifers. Hopefully they can make some money on them or raise their own show heifers for the previous years if the kids got some years left to show. It's been great. I know everybody really doesn't really care what I have to say. They just want to see who's the top five, and that's how I am if I'm alongside the ring there as well. If you disagree with us, hey, that's all right. I'm just an Illinois hillbilly, and he's a goat roper. So it's fine. It's not that big a deal. I will say, your kids in Iowa, I haven't seen one of them all day, the last 2 days, give us a bad look or a scowl if we pulled them into first or if we pulled them in the last. And that compliments to all you as parents, all you as mentors within this state, and everybody that's along ringside, or some people that have already left and went home. I appreciate the opportunity. we appreciate the opportunity. The ring help has been incredible. It's been fun working alongside on the other side of the ring with Stock and Parker, two good cattlemen there as well. Brad, of course, is a great commentator. You know, the Pulse, Vermeer, all the sponsors couldn't be done without all you guys. I appreciate it. Give all these kids a great, great round of applause. Bernie's going to say a few words. Hats off. Incredible, incredible show. Great set of females. Congratulations to you all.
Well, as many as you know, I'm not a man of many words, but want to say thank you to the Iowa Beef Expo for putting on this event and the volunteers behind it. I think that needs a round of applause. Especially thank you to Jake for asking me to be his associate. It's been fun. Cattle have been good. The kids have been better. That being said, we'll show you the top 5 we like.
So our champion out of the high main division, exhibited by Braden Tabor. Congratulations to his family. That was that division where those two walked in and really caught my attention. Hope and Paulson coming in here for reserve.
There's the Angus.
There you go. Doc
Business
Steer, reserve grand champion.
Pretty sweet looking heifer. Congratulations to that young man.
Mr. Bell there with the champion commercials, 3rd overall. Well, Jake gave her a big old whack on the head and she didn't even move.
Congratulations to the Dell family.
Hi, Maine, Angus, then the commercial. Can regroup here and talk again, looks like. A lot of good females out there. I imagine this is a tough choice.
A lot of good options in front of them.
Yeah, just looking over here, the ones that are winners already kind of pulled in front of us, and that's nice heifers.
Yep. That Grand and Reserve really complement each other. Just they're parked close to us here. We can analyze them.
That main heifer's so sweet fronted, still with the rib and the body behind her. Looks like she's got a Warrior core tag in her ear there. So congratulations to that crew.
It's the feed, right?
It doesn't hurt. A little more talking there, cussing, discussing. Bernie was saves me in a few words, and he definitely said important things, but he didn't waste any time.
Didn't mess around on the mic too much. They had their decision. We're going to find out here.
Coming over to the first lineup again, maybe. Got a commercial heifer we're going to round off, Ben. There you go, commercial heifer.
Two commercial heifers in the top 5.
Maya Kern.
So going back in time.
Congratulations to my Southern Iowa compadres.
Really nice fronted heifer there with lots of body. One more to go.
Uno más. 4 black heifers in there. We're going to keep a trend. We get a colored one maybe, or what do you think? Looking over Copeland's Reserve High Main pretty hard.
Might be all black.
Once again, thanks to Jay Bloomberg, Bernard Osmus, incredibly honorable. You will see their top 5.
Bradley's telling everybody to check out the Pulse for the results.
Yep,
That's a great
the
resource to
Pulse
use for
crew
one of our
looks like
sponsors.
James is plugging in pictures as we speak. Take a look at the far end of the lineup up there, walking through them again.
Taking their time to make sure they get the right one.
Yep. Obviously, in the heifer division, some of those breeds have 2 or 3 versions of their breed, so there's more cattle in the ring here than we'll see in our market drive, but ring full of very high quality females. Again, maybe closer discussion. They're huddled up again, kind of looking at a couple of them, talking them over. I think they keep looking back at Copeland's High Main there and giving her the eyeballs. Looking at that high percentage semi, Mr. Pryor's as well.
All right, I think we've got a decision.
Coming around.
Last banner up for grabs here.
Nope, kids working hard for it. They're giving the once over again to Copeland's High Main heifer. Quick little word. Looking at the scimitar. Semi is sure sweet fronted for a high percentage scimitar. A little back and forth, but I think safe bet they kind of got it narrowed down to those two. Looks like we're going to lock in on the High Main. Congratulations to Copeland and Paulson. So, a quick recap. Supreme champion breeding female exhibited by Braden Tabor with the High Main. Reserve champion Brock Studer with the Angus. Third overall with the commercial is Mr. Udell. Fourth with the reserve commercial is Maya Kern. And fifth overall with the reserve High Main, Copeland Paulson.
Congratulations to all the exhibitors and their families and the breeders.
Absolutely.
Excellent set. And that's a wrap for the 2026 breeding side of things.
Breeding side is done. Now,
Gonna re-rack them and stack them for the market show.
That's right. Going to get our market judges back out here and line up our steers and our market heifer and have us a shootout. So we've been talking about it and alluding to it. It's going to be fun to get these cattle from yesterday back out and see how these crossbred steers from earlier have handled themselves. It was a short break, so I'm sure it's tough. As much work as we put into dressing these cattle, it's tough to get one tore down and put back together in that short amount of time. So hopefully our crossbred cattle can keep themselves together and look the part out here as we bring them back in.
Yep, excited to see them out here together. Like you said, we were thinking back to yesterday, a lot of those highlights of the market effort show, all the breeds that we worked through. It's going to be an excellent final grab.
Absolutely.
So stay on here, folks. We'll be announcing the champion drive.
Yep, we're going to clear the ring here in just a second. Get right back at it. You don't have to be quiet there, okay? Okay, final drive of the market. The animal is headed our way shortly. And I think we're going to have them come in just in the order we showed them yesterday. So that will mean we start our drive with the Simmental steers. All right, here we go. Champion Simmental steer yesterday was exhibited by Houston Holdgraffer. Come on the ring there in your view.
And the reserve Simmental steer was Ellery Hendrickson.
Shorthorns were our next division. Well, that was Miles Bockenstead.
The reserve Shorthorn steer's not here, but
nope,
Ross Dyer is who they announced.
Yep. We jumped into the pluses here with Bria Bell's big red soggy dude. We remember him well.
Yes. Reserve steer in that division is Charlotte Flinker.
Here we come in with our mini Herefords. Avery Schuler won that division.
Reserve mini steer was
Blakely Murphy. Yep, good job. Main Angelo's next. We jumped in and got that red cap.
Yes.
That was Jack Ireland.
Hendricks Wilson had the reserve.
Yep.
See how that dude's acting today.
Getting snubbed up here today.
Yep.
Jumped into single entries in the limousine there, and that was exhibited by William Thorpe. Next, we got into the Herefords. That was exhibited by Emma Davison. And then reserve was Brooks Koch-Miller.
Here comes the Keys.
Oh, yeah.
That was a heck of a division.
Keaton Kralik showed our champion there yesterday. Remember that really tough division that you just said?
Let's see. Reserve went to Lane Elmquist.
Yep, that was the old bell bottom calf.
Yes.
Here we go, boys.
There's your char.
Where's my char? Mallory Keene exhibited that Charlet. He was out of the heaviest class of Charlet steers. Well, looks like he took the night well, full and fresh.
Yep, looks good. And that reserve was Macy Jacobson.
Callie Jensen was champion Angus. Again, we talked about the depth in that division.
Reagan Clausen had reserve Angus. Yes, that was a good division representing that breed.
There we go into the market heifers. We had old Goldie. She was exhibited by Benjamin Bowman. She's full and fresh.
Yep, looking good. The kids done a good job holding them together. And that reserve market heifer was Braden Tabor.
Yep, young man just had him a day in the breeding heifer side of the ring.
It's crossbred time again.
Oh, Cool Whip. Here we go. There's Miss Chloe Rogers with Cool Whip. Just won our crossbred division, Division 2.
And we got the reserve cross, of course, from just a little while ago. Emma Moorfield. All right, look at the lineup here, boys and girls.
That's quite a group of steers, just as we anticipated.
So at this time, we've been very thankful for our sponsors. And again, thanks to Vermeer. Mr. Bart Elder's with us once again. He's going to hop on here and visit with you just a little bit, Noel.
Perfect. You're good.
Yeah, thanks, Noel. Just wanted to, on behalf of Vermeer Corporation, just give a big congratulations to all these exhibitors today. Certainly been fun to come in and just see the quality of cattle, but also this next generation that's out here that are bringing these animals in. It's comforting to see them and what good hands we're going to be in. But definitely cool to be part of this show. It's this these exhibitors are hopefully future customers for us, and we're going to be honored to be working with them in the future. So thanks again. Appreciate everything that the show has done for Vermeer, and again, glad to get back. Glad that the family lets us do this and lets us be part of this. So I'm looking forward to next year.
Awesome. Cool. Well, we're certainly looking forward to have you back. And again, hats off to you guys, your entire crew. Thank you sincerely from everybody involved at the Beef Expo. I know the exhibitors and even, the people spectating around the ring and us too. We just appreciate all you do. And Ryan and I have made some comments along the days as well about these youngsters. And this is the future of agriculture. So we appreciate you supporting them and trying to build them up. And that's the future of our country. So appreciate all you do.
You bet. Thanks again, guys.
Thank you. Have a good one. Okay, so here we go. Back to business.
It's time.
Boys are looking at them. Looking over my Charlotte calf. I'm not saying that's the best calf here or even that I'd pick him, but I went in yesterday and sure liked him. And as I said, he still looks full and fresh today. He's quite a calf, and I would be hard pressed to believe he won't have a part of it before it's all said and done. I don't know. Like I said, it's a tremendously good group. After all the comments in the crossbred division, and then when we talked to Parker and Stock afterwards and talking about just breeding livestock and raising good livestock, the comments they had about the unique parts and pieces of the crossbred steer, and he might be the lead dog at the moment.
He might be the lead dog. Yeah, it was fun to visit with those guys and get those different perspectives. Stock had that perspective, that we were I think we were talking off microphone, but he was just at Fort Worth and comparing what he saw there to what he saw here.
Right.
It's just neat to.
Yeah. And then, I guess one of the things he was saying is, even just kind of switching his mindset, he was just at the Fort Worth Stock Show, and they start their market division down there at 1,000 pounds. So he said this last division of crossbred steers, they're basically the lightweights at Fort Worth in the market show, and now switching his mindset to be judging a prospect show, cattle the same way. He said just pretty interesting, pretty cool, but so much potential and so much future left in them that he was talking about. So just kind of cool to hear, what he had to say again from a breeder's perspective as well, not just strictly from a livestock judging perspective. So again, appreciate those guys for the comments they've had and the entertainment they've provided. They've obviously enjoyed their time and had fun, but done a great job while they were doing it. Made it enjoyable for all of us, and just gave us some good comments and feedback as well. I guess every year we've been doing this, and every time we've interviewed some judges, we've never had a set of judges that wasn't impressed by the quality at the steer show at the Iowa Beef Expo.
Yep, Iowa is well known to have some of the best, so we're proud of that here. Parker earlier today, I think he pretty much said this is the best prospect show he'd ever seen.
Yeah. So okay, he's going to talk a little bit more.
Well, this has been a lot of fun. I have enjoyed hassling a little bit with everybody and Brad and Jake and everyone. This has been a lot of fun to be out here. I want to say thanks to Stock for coming. Hey, when I was thinking about getting somebody up here, I know I just sat in an office and coach a judging team. Sometimes we get a bad rap, so I wanted to get somebody that's doing it every day and out raising them and fitting them and clipping them. And so I thought Stock was an awesome choice. It was just like back in the day of coming into the office and breaking down every steer at every show, talking through them. We had a good time. He is very talented, and I've enjoyed having him along with me here today. So it was a blast. I'm a little like Jake. I know you guys want to see these things, but I want to give you my humble just appreciation. I was just blown away with some of these steers. Like I said, if you breed these things and you're here following them, man, it's a special moment. So slap yourself on the back, give yourself a pat, because this is not easy to do. It takes a lot to get one of these things here. And I said it earlier on too. Just because you like them different, that's fine. There might be people that like different kinds. That's cool. That's America. We can do that. We're very confident in the ones we like, and I'll own up to it. Come on back there and tell me if you want to, because I like what we did today, and I like the ones that we're going to use. I want to tell you this. I have thought the Iowa Beef Expo is one of the elite deals. And the last time I was here and judged the heifers, I said it's kind of like the game one of the World Series. You ain't going to win the championship today, but it's a good start. And, and I think this is highly competitive. This is the big leagues, if you want. And so it was a blast. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to get to do something today, and there's two of them out here, so I'll leave a little suspense. But I have an all-time favorite color show steer, and it is these perfect silver gray ones. There's going to be one that's a champion today, and I've never got to do that. But it was a blast, and it's going to be a special one of the really elite ones I've seen. Congratulations to all of you. We're going to let Stock make a few comments, and we'll go find you a top 5.
Once again, thank you, Parker, for having me out here. It's been an awesome experience, and I can't just thank you enough for all the things you did for me this weekend, but then maybe a few years ago, whenever I was coming in there trying to see if we could maybe get out of a class or maybe get a B instead of a C, or maybe just see if we could get a little bit further ahead. But it's been awesome. You guys put on an awesome show. This is for a guy from Texas that honestly, you guys probably think that we think our stuff don't stink, but up here, your stuff doesn't stink, and it's pretty good. And it's just been awesome to be out here to evaluate your cattle. There's been good ones throughout. We've been able to use what we like that has the extras as well, and it's just been extremely awesome. I can't thank my wife enough for coming with us. My family back home, we have a sale coming up, and Brian's been over there clipping and getting stuff ready. So we'll give him his credit where it's due for sure. But like I said, I just can't thank everybody enough. It's been awesome. I'm extremely blessed to be this young and this fortunate to do some of the things I get to do. And so I think it's just important we all thank God for where we're at today and what we get to do, and just be appreciative of the opportunities that come at you. No matter what, like Parker said, if you win today, great. If you don't win today, I guarantee you'll win somewhere down the road, because there's plenty of good cattle that are broke down and tied down and freezing back there because it's awfully cold. But congratulations to everybody. Thank you again. We're going to go get you a top 5 lineup here that we're pretty excited about. So,
well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Great comments from those two youngsters that are there. They found him. Well, we knew it was going to be one of the two, right?
Yes, he did give that part away.
He told us he loved those silver ones, as we picked up on his comments throughout the last couple of days. Awesome. Congratulations, Chloe Rogers. Grand champion steer, was our champion crossbred. Came out of Division 2. Reserve in the crossbred division, hitting the ring now. That is Emma Moorfeld.
What do you think? Where are we going next?
Well, let's go get that Charlotte. Champion steer, Chloe Rogers, weighed 1027.
Parked right in front of us here, looking sharp.
He is. Cool calf. Young lady's obviously excited, giving her steer a little love. Talking about this steer there, kept the crossbreds together. Emma Moorfeld, Reserve Grand Champion Steer, 2026 Iowa State Fair.
Congratulations.
Or excuse me, Iowa Beef Expo.
Yeah,
I'm getting excited.
We're
I'm getting
at the Beef Expo still. It's
yeah,
50th anniversary now.
getting ahead of myself already. Projecting.
Now it might be time for
There he is.
Charlotte.
We loved him from the get-go. Okay, there you go. Charlotte steer. 3rd
Oh, I
overall.
think you tried to beat him in class.
Mallory
but it's
King.
fine. It's fine.
I did?
Yes,
I just said
that
this.
was the one you tried to beat in class.
I said the Smoky or the
We got
Peach
tape.
calf was
We
good.
got
You got
record.
tape. We'll go back and see it. You know me. I like to vote against the popular
Right.
demand. I was going down a limb. Is my
No,
long
the
shot.
Charolais were really good. I mean,
They
that
were.
reserve.
There was 3 of them there.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep. There was the one in the class with him. Yeah.
Yeah,
it
that was
good.
second. And then
It was good.
obviously here, Macy Jacobson's calf won that second class. I think what I was alluding to was that the calf that was your second place was more like the Jacobson steer that won the previous class. Look at there. Coming back.
Yep.
Charolais is going to be
like we said,
3rd and 4th overall.
Charolais are smoking good.
Absolutely.
There
Congratulations.
wasn't that many of them.
No, 3 classes, but they were stacked heavy. Macy Jacobson, 4th overall, the reserve Charolais. Leaving room for one more calf here, walking down the line. Got a mane, you got a key, got a limousine that's
only one black one
dang
so
good.
far for you.
Market heifers in the mix, you think?
I don't know.
They like her body shape a bit. Maybe just
these guys are from down south.
Yeah.
Southern Missouri, that's a long ways.
That key steer's pretty tough. I mean, he's got the look
Yeah,
here. He's
that's
kind of
good
in a
calf.
pinch there, stuck up behind that Hereford. But dang good calf. Simmental steer out front. They're giving another look at.
He's a big stout dude.
Yeah,
Got
he
things
again.
going yesterday.
That's that one to set the tone early on.
It's fun to see these 4 steers right over by the table.
Look
here.
at
We
him.
got-
That's
look right down the
cool.
line.
You should take a Snapchat of that real quick.
Yeah, probably should.
That's
I'll do it.
Nice group of calves. Looking over that semi pretty hard. And here he made it in.
Got him.
He did. That's awesome. So congratulations to Houston Holdengraffer getting in there.
They stuck to their
Brought the
guns.
Simmental.
They stuck to their guns. Them are some stout steers.
Yep, stout steers.
Base width.
Started with a crossbred steer and just kept the pattern going there. So congratulations to all those exhibitors. Again, crossbred, Charolais, and Simmental. Awesome lineup. Awesome set of judges. Appreciate your comments and positivity throughout the weekend. Appreciate everybody for listening. It's been a lot of fun, Ryan. Let's do it again next year.
I hope so. They keep having us back. We love it. It's great.
Yep.
Congratulations to all the families, the kids. Great job.
Great job.
Another
Thanks
Beef
again
Expo
to
in the books. The 50th anniversary will be hopefully
Yes,
back
a
for
lot of
51
fun.
next year.
We learned a few things along the way. So thanks again to all the great sponsors. Thanks again to Jenny Studer, Kim Lewis for all that they do. And again, pleasure to be here. A lot of fun. We'll see you again next year.
For over 5 decades, we've been honored to work alongside hay producers like you. Our products have always equipped your operation. And now with exciting new additions, we're helping you do even more in a day. To us, it's more than just hay. It's your heritage and ours.
Got hay on the brain? Vermeer knows the feeling. They've been thinking about hay and forage for more than 50 years. From the first large round baler back in 1971 to today, Vermeer continues to pioneer and engineer high-quality hay tools for every step of the haymaking process. Mowers, tedders, rakes, balers, bale wrappers, bale processors, feed wagons, and vertical mixers, all supported by your local dealer and backed by Vermeer. For help finding yellow iron built for your operation, contact your local dealer.